Check 1, syphilis. Syphilis. Check 2, syphilis.
Son of a bitch!
You son of a bitch.
Leave this man!
Okay. Cheese, you got first.
Fucker.
Okay. All right.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never.
Oh my glob!
That's never gonna happen.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
And I do.
Son of a bitch!
Okay, I gotta turn off that notification. Ping. Welcome in. Cheesy, you get a point. Cheesy, you get a point. Fuck you, Maddie. I am painting Markiplier. I think he did something really cool recently with the Iron Lung stuff. I actually think I'm gonna see it. You did everything, Maddie. Hi, Stoic. I think what he did with Iron Lung was really cool. What'd you write in Discord? What was your question, Maddie? I didn't see your question. I could address it fully. You know, I've watched this stuff for a while. I'm not like a... I wouldn't say I'm like a super fan.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Carlos. I will take your Bezos money. So I haven't seen it yet. So, but what the really big fucking deal here is, I think I'm gonna see it this week, Maddie. But it's such a much bigger deal that he's obviously not a Joe Schmo. He's one of the biggest YouTubers in the world, and he probably has the strongest community by like demographic and following around, right? But for him to self-fund a movie, go outside of the studios, get it released in theaters, and not be, it's blatantly not a cash grab. In the sense that, like, of course he's gonna make good money from it, but like, I think it could be a very good thing that could inspire a lot of people to go into the film industry and arts industry that wouldn't previously have given it a shot because of the dystopian nature of the movie industry in its current form. He really has cheese. I mean, he funded the entire thing himself. Now, he makes crazy money, right? But nonetheless, it's still, you know, he worked so much on this shit. Yeah, he's been working on it for years. And so, especially with, like, you know, the money he makes from YouTube, he clearly did it out of passion, right? And I think that is an admirable thing. And, I don't know, I just felt like painting him. Plus, he's gorgeous. It did cost him more money than the cost of the film because how much less YouTube stuff he could do. Yeah, it was a $3 million budget. I don't think he really advertised much. He obviously had some help, but it's like a really big fucking deal that he didn't use the studios for distribution and other things. And I don't really want that to go unnoticed. Or I don't really what fucking power do I have? But like, as far as like advocating for movies to revert to, or at least have a stronger like independent market, or where it's like movies are like like the indie films are even having larger budgets and then sell them at a festival to a streaming service or something. I appreciate kind of the retro aspect and ethics of this film. So yeah, I don't know. I couldn't do. I'm still working out the lighting scenario on my Stephen Miller painting, so I decided to do this. I'm probably gonna try and sell it, cheesy. I'm probably gonna try and sell this. So we shall see. Maybe if it doesn't sell or there's no interest. But yeah, I've watched Markiplier stuff for a while. I mean, like basically his like random horror games. I watched that shit. And like I said, he truly seems like a ethical, good dude. Cheers indeed, Stoic. Jeez, only 3? Yikes. I don't think anybody would be satisfied with 3. By the way, do I sound better today? Does my mic sound better today to people than usual? Yeah, he's got some like videos or has some games that he plays that are actually kind of comfort YouTube videos for me. I sound terrible? Okay, that's good. I think I would agree with that, Maddie. No, not a new mic. I fixed settings. I fixed settings and did some tests over the last few days. I also updated my video settings, so I'm hoping that we get improved video on palette and this. Apparently there's some settings that I could do that might help with color and shit, so I'm hoping that the stream quality just had a jump up. Well, he's always been making like at least short films. Remember, like he did Markiplier in Space. He did that like murder mystery thing, right? He's done like 3 or 4 things that were pretty like decent size endeavors. Obviously not a full length movie, you know. But like, you know, it's just the fact of the distribution and how he got that worked out. It sounds like he got a lot of help too from people, but from people who wanted him to succeed, who want this change as well. And you know, I can't stress enough from at least what I know about how big of a fucking deal that is. Looks good, sounds good, good. I'm trying to I wanted to sound clearer than I have in the past, because I felt like I was always like speaking in an echoey room. And you see that a drive-in has been snowed in and is asking for help, and he reposted and trying home. Like he was like during like the fires in California, he was like out on the street like removing trees and like with like a chainsaw. Like he like for a guy who's probably worth over $100 million, it's probably even more than that. To do some of the shit like he does in an altruistic manner, that doesn't seem to be like an act, right? It's not like, oh, you know, takes a film crew, let's go, like he gave blood yesterday apparently, and it's like it's not like he took a film crew and made like a deal about that. It just like seems like he actively tries to be a part of the community. I appreciate that aspect. I have not like felt red flags from him like I get a lot of from others, you know. Like he's nice, but he doesn't have that overly nice persona that I'm suspicious of. That's a me thing, but I don't know. Point being, I'm a fan. And I think I'll like his movie. From what I've read, from the reviews I've read, I think I'll like his film. Exactly, Maddie, exactly. Can you still? Good. Yeah, so I removed a bunch of filters that I had on my mic because I did it before, but the way that I had to do it before was much more in depth. And then I just saw somebody's like, yeah, no, just use these. These are the settings I use. And I kind of just copied it. And then I did like a recording of myself a few times to see how I sounded. And it sounded way better. To me, through the recordings. But I didn't know if that would come through, you know, in the stream. But I'm also curious to see about the color here and then the color here. Like, it already looks more accurate to me, the video. So we'll see how that goes. Red, white, whites, blue. I need quinacridone magenta. Is that's not quinacridone? That's like pyro orange. Oh, I also needed the buoyant umber. That's the quinac. Yeah, no equipment has changed. No equipment has changed. This is just like filter settings and camera settings changes. And mic, you know, mic filter change. Everything else is the same. Motherfucker. Amanda. Hello, hello. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. We're using the super controversial palette today. It's gonna get me banned from the Secret Society of Painters. Okay. But I have to tell people it. Titanium white, lead white. Is this? Hold on, let me check if this. No, okay. Titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, buoyant umber. This is phthalo blue green shade. Oh, that sucks, Amanda. I hate phone issues. I'm doing fine. Fine, just fine. So I've been struggling with the lighting with the hand, everybody. But I think I have some resolutions, but it requires me to borrow something from my brother. But it's also a lighting setup. I forgot to look into something else on that last night, now that I remember. But, yeah, I could not jerry-rig the lighting effect that I wanted. Couldn't do it, everybody. No, my brother's wife was really into photography, and, like, still is, but they have a lot of equipment they don't use, like, lighting-wise. And I'm trying to get that spotlight, you know, the spotlight look, for my Stephen Miller painting. And they have something that connects to a light that they have lent me, or could, but I might need an adapter for it. That does sound like a job for Akka. That's true. She is the hand person. So, but I also realized that I have to really investigate the spotlight thing, because spotlight lighting is pretty good for a lot of the types of paintings I want to do. Just straight up, like, it's something I need to figure out. Hi, Drew Holt. How you doing, bud? So, I also, like, in the last few... Well, I haven't streamed... I didn't stream on Friday or Saturdays. I partly didn't feel like it, and I didn't have a painting in mind. And I had a bunch of shit I needed to do outside of painting, so I didn't stream. So we were talking about cutting off somebody's hand, and they suggested you, Aka Umabashi. You're the hand person now. No, I know you do it for the love of the game. I know you do it for the love of the game. That was way too much. Well, you gotta realize, Amanda, now that I'm making my own props, all right, good streak, Amanda. I'm making my own props, right? You know, I'm doing these setups that require a bunch of other things outside of the actual painting. I'm gonna start making my own canvases. I have to go out for groceries and cook. And then I had to do a bunch of cleaning. Not that my place was a shit sty, but I was meeting one of my best friends' baby for the first time. I met him on Saturday. Or, sorry, yesterday. I met him yesterday and Sunday. And so I was, like, doing prep work for that. Or, like, you know, getting my place ready and kind of, like, good for a baby. So I was just, like, had a bunch of shit. I was, like, I had to cook for that, too. So... No, you're in it for the love of the game, Sashi. This is a cute baby. Good girl named Quinn. She warmed up to me, which is good because I get to talk shit to their... Apparently they have a lot of family friends, guys that don't she doesn't like too much because they try too hard. I think the baby liked it. I don't know, she's got a good pair of parents. We had hot pot. We used to have hot pot all the time, back when I was closer to them. But they live in Chicago, so it's a little bit of a hike to me. So, but I hadn't met their baby yet. And it had been a while since we talked. Because I don't like to bother new parents about coming to visit me, or newer parents. That's the last thing they need to worry about. Let's see. I got some good photos of Quinn, but yeah. Oh, I can't see where I'm showing it, so got a good baby. Big eyes on this one. Big head, big eyes. And I took this this photo of her. Oh. But is this from a weird angle? Yeah, good baby. This baby was stinking cute. I mean, it was past the six month potato blob phase. You know, where babies are just little gremlins. But, good baby. Good baby. Maddie, do you remember the sauce I made for Hot Pot? It's like a super garlicly, salty, oniony sauce. And, so they let the baby try it in the face. The baby didn't cry, though. from it, but she made like this hilarious face from trying the sauce, but she was not like that deterred, which I found amusing. Oh, I put that over there. Yeah, well, she all, you know those cucumbers, the vinegar cucumber things I made, Maddie? She loved those. She had like, she was munching on a bunch of those. Didn't slap the baby hard enough, maybe. What did Maddie say that you were response to? Yeah, I agree with you, Amanda. Newborns are weird looking. Okay, if you're not blood related, they're weird looking, straight up. But like I said, this baby was past the like nebulous gremlin, you know, baby look. I'm almost out of oleo gel. More of the wasabi trays? I've never made a wasabi tray, Lost. What's a wasabi tray? I was trying to convince the baby to take the first steps towards me too. The baby could stand. But I was trying to root it for the parents and have the baby walk towards me. I don't recall that, Lost. Underwater something? Jesus Christ, Todd. Well, that's the thing, right, Nihilus? That happens generally around 6 months, where they start remembering people. Oh, paint, that was it? Okay. Usually, babies start having some type of recognizable personality when they can start remembering people. And in my experience, throughout all my cousins and their babies and my nieces and nephews, it's about 6 months. No, 6 months is you're kind of like starting into a good period with them, in my opinion. See, at 3 or 4, they become little terrorists. I actually very much disagree with this, Nihilus. 3 or 4, they're little terrorists. Do you want a tantrum at the Target? 3 or 4. I'd say 2. I'd say 2. 2 is probably one of the better ages where they can walk around. They're dopes, but they'll generally listen. But it's like once that point where they realize that they can get some things that they want by complaining. I've like that's been some of like the most annoying kids I've dealt with. Now I don't have kids of my own, but I've been around what I have my cousin between my cousins, my brothers and sisters. I don't know. I think it's at like 24 babies ish. Oh yeah, that's like the worst of it, Maddie. The public tantrums are the worst. Well, so then Amanda, 8 and up is if they're like if they have good parents, then 8 and up is perfectly reasonable, right? But that 8 and up if they have bad parents and those kids are shitheads. I mean, obviously this all depends on parenting. I've just had to because of my family, Nihilist. You know, it depends on the kid, Maddie. Like, one of my best friend's son is like, you could actually talk with a kid, and he's well mannered and thinks about things and listens. But then, like, my niece, my sister's daughter, could just like ignore you. Will like sometimes just ignore you, and it's like really tough to deal with. Hi, Emmy. Yeah, I've liked Markiplier. Like like I said earlier, I'm not like a huge. I haven't been like a huge fan. I've watched a lot of his videos though, but I think he's a good dude, and I really like what he did with this movie. Oh yeah, I was a little terrorist at that age too, Stoic. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense in a work context, Amanda, to me. Because, like, yeah, the kids earlier than that always kind of demand, they require more hand-holding, even though certain things might be easier, but they just always need that help. No, Maddie, I guarantee you were a terrorist. Okay. All right. Shall we see how this one goes? I really disliked my last two portraits. In hindsight, everybody, so I was not a fan of my last two portraits, so let's see if we can do a good one this time. Question is, where do I mean, I think I gotta start off with like the eye sockets. Nose, mouth again. Always start off with that stuff. I don't have oil out here. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Has anyone in here seen Iron Lung yet? So I read some reviews that makes me think I'll actually really like the film. Hi, Days. Nice to see you. I have not watched Iron Lung yet, but I'm probably going to this week. But I've been keeping up with, like, what's been going on with it. So. Yeah.
Nice.
How are you, Days? Nice to see you. Hi, Monica. Told you I'd paint today. And we might have new and improved camera functionality, everybody. Hi, Richards. It's a movie still, Richards. It's not CGI. And how are you doing, Richards? I mean, he is just a straight up gorgeous man. Wait, that's not a woman. That's just a really beautiful man. My favorite line from Parks and Rec. All right. Got these big ol' eyes. So yeah, Days, that's kind of what lines up with what I heard. You're going to watch it. My sister went to go watch it. So I heard that it's slow, but that's like, it feels slow, but also because of relative modern horror is so jump scare, high pace kind of stuff. And so one of the reviews I read, it said it was really refreshing how the movie really built tension, where it felt more like something out of like the 60s or 70s. And that made me very curious on it. What I missed from Rochburns. Hi, Rochburns. Oh. What did Rochburns say? Well, so the game, it's based off of a game. that has a Ocean of Blood in it. Oh, fuck you, Rochburns. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I heard Florida was getting deuced. Alright, so if we're doing eye socket, I guess we just do the full eye socket here. And I am getting no flow. So yeah, and I was talking earlier, he seems like a legitimately non-performative good person. And yeah. Isn't it like it got below freezing, right? Shit froze down there, Richards? I don't think you'll need to play it, Days, but you could I mean, just watch his video gameplay of it. See what inspired him. That might be too large or too... We'll see. See, like a little bit of purple in this shit. Too much white. As this 38 this morning? Oh yeah, you're close to it. We're talking about, so this guy's name is Markiplier. He's a pretty big YouTuber, and he released a movie independently without distribution that was self-funded. And he got second in the box office an opening weekend, which was a huge fucking deal. And I think it's a good thing. For the movie industry, that a movie like this could succeed, especially for types of movies I'd like to see in the future that are more vision driven, and so that's kind of what we're talking about, and we're talking about the film itself. Well, dystopia, but like once again, I think it's just more about the creative vision. Somebody with a creative vision created something, did all of it, did all the bullshit, paid for it all, acted in it, directed it, wrote in it, and I think that's a good endeavor to support, even if it's mediocre to bad, when it's not like a cash grab. It's not like he's drinking a Coca-Cola while he's in the film or bullshit like that. I saw that, Maddie. Yeah. I was really rooting he would be number one, but the Sam Raimi film overtook him on Sunday specifically. Now, I heard Sam Raimi's film was pretty good. It is crazy. There probably will be. I'm not sure. But, I don't, that doesn't concern me much at the moment. He's a pretty transparent guy. So I think we'll hear some stuff regardless, but... You know, Roch Burns, you know who was initially slated to direct that and did a lot of the initial storyboarding? Hi, Clancy Maroney. Welcome in. Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick was originally... He was the one who got AI made in the first place. And if you look at some of the imagery in the film, they do references to Lolita and a few other Stanley Kubrick stuff in it as like an homage to him. But yeah, Kubrick was the reason that film got made. He did. He died. So he died before they officially hired him, but he was distinctly in pre-production of the film. He was going to direct it. Like, they were at that point. I do love a good movie, Days. I do love a good movie. I just am so sick and tired of, like, a lot of the slop that has been coming out of the movie industry for decades now. He really did. He did, Roch Burns. The OG one, Pen Man? Because they're redoing the Muppet Show. I'm curious how that's going to turn out, because a lot of their recent endeavors with trying to do Muppet shit have not been received great. Oh, God. But, you know, great Muppet Caper. Specifically Muppet Christmas Carol, I think, are some of the, like, better movies ever made. And I'm not embellishing that. Like, statement. The quality of those films, the comedy in them, the just everything just are just, like, obscenely good. I actually think it's I would probably argue it's earlier, but if you could put out some, like, notable movies from that time or tell me, maybe I'll change my mind. I'm just trying to think of, like, notable movies from that time period. I can't think of many. So the main reason I have optimism is because of somebody can do stuff independently. With a lot of the resources available to them, like, you know, like you could do stuff digitally, right? Now it lacks some of the charm of film. And, like, the you know, like, when you hear stories of what Peter Jackson had to do when he was starting out and things like that, Guillermo, and you're like, wow, like, a filmmaker will kind of never have to kind of, or will never kind of get an experience like they did. Oh, cool, Clancy. What's your class on? What class are you taking? Am I already very off? Probably. This is not a good time to be doing this, but... Maybe that mouth is a little bit too wide at the moment. A lot of vocal fry there. Mulholland Drive, Lost in Translation, Road to Perdition, City of God, Sin City, Collateral, The New World. Lord of the Rings trilogy, I wouldn't... See, I would consider the Lord of the Rings a 90s film, Rochburns. I would consider Lord of the Rings a 90s film because they distinctly use... You know, they were heavily influenced by the 90s methodology of filmmaking. Like, it was more akin to the making of, like, a Jurassic Park than, like, kind of like the turn of modernization of CGI usage. Sin City was interesting because, like, the new technology. But if you're talking, I guess cinematography you're talking about... You're not talking about the movies themselves, you're talking about cinematography. So, yeah. I would agree with that largely, Days. We are doing Markiplier today, Mud. I am very happy about the Iron Lung stuff. And it made me want to paint him. Also, God, is he attractive. What's that doing? Long. Can you paint his voice, please? I wish I could, Emmy. Yeah, there's some good, like, cold greens. I don't think it is. This was the only photo that I thought was really workable from the film stills. And I think it was somebody doing an analysis on TikTok, hence the ending explained, because I couldn't find one without those words in it. How you doing, Sean? Nice to see you, bud. This eye is completely off. Really bad. But we'll fix that. Too big. We'll use you. Kind of hate this brush, though. Bo Burnham next. Bo's an interesting guy. I could see that. I could see doing a Bo painting at some point. But the only reason I'm not doing my setup that I had before is because I couldn't get the lighting yet worked out. I shall. I've gone down a few rabbit holes on him, but nothing like... Like, I've only seen, I think, one of the specials. But he really was, like, kind of a... prophesized a lot of this bullshit we're in right now. Yeah, wasn't I watched that video, Monica. It's some interesting some shit I had no clue about. I had no clue about the Mormon rituals. Let's go on. Started a portrait yesterday and gave up. Now I'm just studying perspective drawing. That's all right. It's still another repetition, Sean, right? Lights and fluorescent. You have to try that. There are some interesting things you can do. I'm working on getting a spotlight, a sharp spotlight, Days, like the OG Nosferatu, and that's what I've been struggling with, like jerry rigging. something I've been struggling with. I played around with it a lot these last like 4 days of like trying to get something manually done. Tinfoil did not work, unfortunately. But tinfoil tubes, I just couldn't get it where it's like a sharp or strong enough light. Some really bad color right there, yo. To the lights. Well, so there's a lot of like, okay, for spotlights, they sell these things that, is it that strong? Or is the paint not just mixing off my brush? Just getting these marks though. So they sell things that can do it, and I tried to kind of replicate them, but it just never got a strong enough light, even with the strong light bulb I had. I tried playing around with bounce lighting. Feels like math, Homer. So I was trying a bunch of stuff, but my brother has a connector for a light that's supposed to do it. And so I'm going to try and, well, you know, he offered to let me borrow it. And, because a spotlight effect is something I want a lot for future ideas. Might have started this off too high. We'll see. It's too high. Oh, fuck you, Maddie. It's a really bad start, huh? I look like a fool right now. All right, everybody, this might be the time. This might be the time I have to burn everything to the ground. You never see me again. Bad start. Off to a bad start. This might be it. We, me, and you. But how have you been, Days? I've been lurking a few of your streams, just been always kind of doing other stuff, so I haven't really talked. But I hope you've been well. So I'm doing the thing that I unfortunately stopped doing, and I'm kind of doing shapes around because I don't know. We don't talk about that, Monica. By the way, new people here, do I sound better? Does my mic sound better than usual? I always do, Days. I always do. Do I sound clearer? Sorolla type paintbrushes. Never heard of those, Sean. So bad? Okay. All right. Okay. So I see that's what today's going to be like, huh? We chose violence today, huh? We chose violence. Like so many of you do. Smidge more red. True. True days. Well, it's not necessarily about all right. Is it noticeably better? Because I feel like my sound has sucked for a long time. I am never yelling, Monica. Damn it. Okay, so this is partly my issue here, isn't it? I have never yelled in my life. I don't have a cat pen, man. Quit whining. I'm not whining.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. Stop it. Too much red. Fucking shit. I just project. My voice projects. Okay, that was too much white. Awesome dress. Perfect timing. Neighbors have dogs, no cats in the building as I'm aware of. Are you just selling those on Ko-Fi, Drez? Gotcha. Well, good, man. Glad to hear. Colors are all over the fucking place right now. This is gonna be too red. Yeah. Okay. What was I thinking? Oof. Let's find it. Let's find it. Oh, God, am I not just... This brush is really fucking shitty at mix. Like, I'll get colors that stay in this brush after I've, like, what, you know. Boy, is that annoying. You ever play with acrylic? No. I got started with acrylics with miniature painting days, but once I switched to oils, I've never gone back. Damn right, Monica. Oh no, the child hasn't died within me. But he's just full of hate and anger. And vinegar. I'm as serious as a fox. I mean, oils are the most archival, get the most pigment in them. I think their working properties are the easiest. And yeah, that's pretty much where I lie. You know, use whatever the hell you want to, but I think if you care about your painting lasting around, you ought to use oils. Mouth is too low. I'm super serial right now, everybody. True. Who's suggesting lighter fluid now? Is it El Miniaturista? Is it that son of a bitch again? I want names.
Okay, Kyle, you're being a negative Nancy. Stop it. Okay, unless you
I
want
will
everyone
not,
to call you
Monica.
negative Nancy from now on.
Hi, Omizu. Oh, did he, Sean? 3 feet? So he's got me beat? Oh, that's for Lizzie? Okay. This narrow face. Just tilt it. Boy, is this a terrible start. It's probably too much. Hi, Hanser. Don't you dare report me to Greenland, okay? I can't be imprisoned there again. In those famous Greenland gulags. I will not go back to the Greenland gulags again. Everything's so goddamn long right now. Oh my god, I slipped. Oh my god, what an accident. Oh my god. That was awful, everybody. I can't believe I just did that. How am I gonna recover from this? Oh, Jesus. Oh, that was terrible. Oh my god. This is a nightmare. I will not, pen man. I'm training. I'm training for the next competition. All right? I need to constantly wear my tap dancing shoes that are coated in grease. Modigliani. It's a bit of a Modigliani at the moment, isn't it? These big old cheekbones. Mouth needs to be wider, I think, methinks. Me stinks. Microplastics? Well, I think that... I don't know if that's... Well, thank you, Michael, the runner-up. We're just getting started, okay? And I appreciate the kindness. We got a long ways to go. Well, you know, I think it just depends on the lens you look through it, Sean. right? I always kind of keep in mind archival, right? The ethics of painting an archival painting versus like, you know, just environmental. Environmental should be, you know, obviously be something you think about as well. All right, it's a big argument against using cobalts. You need a ghost. Do you need a ghost exercise pen, man? I can take care of that for you. I'm a professional. I'm a professional at getting rid of ghosts. I've not failed once. Not as much as oils. Not as much as oils, Sean. Like, I don't even think it's remotely close. But we'll start seeing that information more and more in, like, the next, like, 20 years. It's a trade secret. I can't tell you, Penman. But I have never failed getting rid of a ghost. From a certain point of view, Penman, I just know how to get rid of him. How long did it take you to figure out the proportions? Right now we're at about 45 minutes painting, but I don't think I've figured out the proportions yet. So, probably a little bit longer than that. Probably a little bit longer because my face is, you know, I think my face is too small. There's aspects of it that are just too small. But I just kind of like wiggle around with it, Michael. Sean, but everybody says that about every single paint they produce, right? So what is the actual evidence that it does, right? The big problems with a lot of usage of modern acrylics are also modern mediums. Like the canvas prep. So like information we do know is that, for example, acrylic primers don't last as long as oil ground primers. We do know that, right? And so the speculative on studies is that acrylics won't hold up as well as oils. I've heard that from multiple sources. But also, a lot of modern oil paintings won't be as conservational because of the prevalent use of certain mediums and pigments. Some people think that the prevalent use of titanium white is going to destroy a lot of paintings or make them very less archival for these paintings that were made in the 1900s. For example. Yeah, moving paint around. This is still what I consider to be the block-in phase. See, it just didn't mix in, but that's okay. What advice would you give to a self-taught artist who wants to make his paintings more realistic and less flat? So you're talking to one, Michael. I've been painting for a little bit over 4 years, and I'm completely self-taught. Liquid is not archival, Todd and Upstate Chewy, because it contains resin. Resin is not an archival material to paint with. Why? Because it's solvent soluble, so the process of conserving it is more difficult, and it yellows harder, and it is less stable when it binds together. It is not recommended to use resins as a part of the paint layer. Use resins as a varnish as a sacrificial layer to protect the oil layer, ideally. So, my biggest piece of advice, Michael, the runner-up, is paint from life. Get more focus on getting repetitions, brand new repetitions, and then finishing a painting. And do not care about the results of your work in any capacity. That would be my biggest pieces of advice for a new painter, if we were to start with that. Focus on just starting new paintings, going through the process of seeing, right? Learn with intent. What about effing dead animals that died naturally, of course, thrown at a canvas? People have tried. People have tried. But I don't recommend any medium outside of just very oil-based mediums. Stand oil, linseed oil, gelled linseed oil, which is what oleo gel is. Yep, and then never paint again. Exactly, Monica. You get me. You understand. Because listen, if I have a bad result on stream, everybody, I'm just going to burn this place to the ground and you'll never see me again. Okay? That's just the reality here. You're welcome. Feel free to ask anything you want, Michael. I am happy to share at least my experiences, my opinions, which I am fairly opinionated because I think the art industry is dog shit and wants you dead. No, always think, Penman. I am not for that saying of don't think, just draw. Think about everything. Well, it shouldn't be black, but whatever. What if I overthink before I draw? You can't overthink. Can you share that link with me, Sean? Because we have oil paintings that have lasted since the late 1300s. I'd be curious to see. And I'm not looking from a study from a company that produces them, mind you. I can't do it. I can't do it, Monica. You think I'm capable of that? Jesus, the one true king. Listen, maybe I'm wrong and stuff has changed about acrylics. It just, you know. So I'm not saying you're wrong. It would just go against a vast majority of things I have read and seen. Can't do it, Days. Can't do it. Not on my watch. Probably needs to be a little bit darker, huh? Not on this guy's watch. Bum, ba, da, da, ba, ba, da, da, oh, ba, 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 da. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Not a chance, Omizu. You stink, Days! Oh my god. Now that eye seems really tiny. Let's try and make it not so tiny. It's because it's too tall, I think. It's too high. I'm the only one who felt physically after the Epstein file. Nope, we all did. Some biased anecdotal takes, but from a chemistry standpoint, there's nothing compelling reason to believe that oil is superior in stability. So, like, is that something you've read, or is that something that you've studied, Sean? Like, what are you basing that off of? Because that's something like... And that is a very important thing, right? Because that helps prevent delamination. But, like, I just, like, I would need to see stronger evidence than that statement. Not saying it's impossible, but I would need to see stronger evidence than that. I am not an evil wizard. I am a great, terrible wizard, but not evil. Like that one sus, like, wand seller guy in Harry Potter. You are forgiven, Days. Don't plastics get real fucky when you expose them to UV, though? Because acrylics are basically pigmented plastic paste. So, from my understanding is that acrylics have had big issues with delamination, historically, in like the 75, 80 years. Now, this could be also a function of maybe I am being biased because I think a lot of people who do acrylics don't varnish them properly and don't do other steps to take care of them. So maybe the bond in a vacuum is better than oils, but maybe oils are more resilient to the outside factors that commonly occur to paintings. Right? It could be one of those scenarios. I could be wrong. I'll happily admit if I'm wrong if the evidence suggests it. I have not seen evidence to that, to support that. And so I don't want to, and I do know that oils are generally like, with the right pigments, right? With the right oils, proper care, are extremely archival. But see, oil paintings will probably have a big issue with archivability because of the use of like titanium white and lack of varnishing, and experimentation with a lot of these different mediums that have resins in them and other additives in them that really came in the 19th century. Sorry, 20th century in the 1900s. Well, gesso is like, for example, this canvas sheet comes pre-primed, so I don't need to lay down gesso. Some people think you do. You don't, right? So there's like, you know, I'll say this, that the main reason why paintings fall apart or not archival is usually because of probably I would say overuse of mediums, specific mediums, uses of solvent. I wouldn't say it's like the surface is ill prepared so much, but I don't think a lot of people varnish. Varnishing is one of the best things you can do to protect your painting. Straight up, no doubt. I actually don't, most canvases are not oil primed. The more expensive ones are. The higher quality ones are. But Sean, if you have, I mean, I'll look into it, Sean, as well. But if you have any studies you'd like to share, please do. There's not a ton that I've seen, Drez. Well, I've seen a lot of ones in the modern context with like specific pigments, but I see more studies on oils, frankly. But I suspect that there's going to be huge archival issues, though, between oils and acrylics in the next 100 years. Oh, really? Interesting, Jez. No. Most are primed days, but they're primed with acrylic, not oil. I have nicer ones. The standard good one is I use a retouch varnish, Upstate Chewy, and then on the second layer, I use Gamvar, as thin layers as possible on both. Please do, Drez. No worries, Pickles. Maybe wider. That's that. Not mixing bullshit again. Thank you, Sean. I will take a look at that. I'll probably read the conclusion during my break. Yeah, I felt them. So you don't do acrylic over oil. You never do acrylic over oil, but you can do oil over acrylic. Days. So, if it's acrylic primed, you can still paint oil over it, right? But if it's oil primed, you do not paint acrylic over that. More also that goes to if you're doing mixed media, you never do acrylics over oils in mixed media. Don't, never. It can't bond with the surface. Or it doesn't adhere well to the surface, I say, like, you know. It will delaminate. I don't know if I'd agree with that as far as, like, the concept of muddy. I think there's also issues with, like, acrylics with as far as them drying and putting on semi-dried paint. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the issue. I also think that I think there's archival issues with using water mixed in with acrylics for archival properties. It is, Sean. It's just that, you know, that just guarantees that the paint will degrade the surface, right? That's the issue. The reason why you prime is because acrylics and oils will degrade the substrate over time. Well, it's all right. You start somewhere, Days. So, like back in the day, for example, they used to do their gesso didn't have oil or acrylic. It had rabbit skin glue, and they take a canvas and they put a mixture of rabbit skin glue, like chalk, sometimes a pigment. And that's the surface. And then they put a oil ground on top of it, usually lead and vermilion, layers of lead and vermilion to prep their surfaces. That's why you see rabbit skin glue still around. That's specifically for like people doing archival work. They'll still use rabbit skin glue if they want to keep the original stuff on it. Yep. It's just a matter of how, you know, Sean, you know, as we've talked about before, if you're selling it and people are aware of it, it's less of an issue. I just I don't know. I don't personally like it. I think that side just needs to be closer in. That's where I'm losing this. You've never sold a painting? Yeah. Then, you know, it's not, you know, not a, and if you don't intend to, right, it's... I feel like he's got a bigger chin than what I've been like. I think I'm still too too wide. Too wide. We'll fix that in post. Don't that it can. Bugs will eat, rabbits can glue. Plus it also absorbs water, so it stresses the paint. It can stress the oil film a lot. No, I agree, Chewy. Not the urban one. Yeah, I just want to see, I'm going to research this now. I just from people who do okay. So I believe natural pigments refer to some studies that I've talked to in the past. I think there was a golden one, and there was somebody else that talked about the acrylic binding issue, delamination. I don't think it chips, right? Like oils can. But I also think that conservation is significantly more difficult with acrylics. Because I believe because of what can degrade them, there's a lot more things that fuck with the paint layer. This is what I recall. I'm not saying this is true. But what I believe I've heard is that there are a lot of things that significantly affect the paint layer, post-curing, than oils. But oil paintings on paper, I wouldn't do it. Because paper is it just doesn't last as long, right? It's good. It's you're going to have more issues with warping. It's not as sturdy, so you're going to stress the paint layer more. So yeah, it's fun to have a sketchbook, but once again, I always lean on trying to preserve your work. But if it's just something for you and something that you feel is fun, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to say I'm not going to tell you no, fuck that. It's just I don't think it's something I would aim to sell. Right? I don't think but if you wanted something of your own to reminisce on, it's not, of course it's a fine thing. Ever get good, I'll be happy to prepare my service. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I think you're a great painter, Sean. The work I've seen from you, I think has been fantastic. So, it's, and you could argue I'm overly preoccupied with this. I just know some stuff about the subject matter, right? And I know we have lost great artworks in the past because painters were too ambitious or experimental or didn't know. And that kind of bothers me. But I'm also, I have a technical past. My engineering background is you account for variables, right? So for example, if I'm making a paint line, I'm not going to use pigments that I wouldn't use. I wouldn't sell pigments that I wouldn't use myself. I wouldn't put stuff in there that I know will make the paint not last. There we go. That's a space. Not last as long as I'd want it to for myself, right? And that's just kind of how I go about my business, right? Not saying you have to do it, but those are the standards I hold myself to in the things that I produce or try and sell. Gives me some oil paints and tubes. Do tube oils go bad? They don't, unless they're exposed to oxygen. or the material that it's encompassed in degrades. Okay, so for example, if the tubes are cheap and there's like a hole in it, yeah, it'll go bad, it'll dry, and you don't want to paint with semi-dried oil. But if it's in like a perfect container and it's not exposed to air, it could theoretically last like a long time. They absolutely can and do, Wit. But separation is not a bad thing. You just remix the oil into it, Wit. Sean, and I get it. It's perfectly reasonable. And here, once again, I appreciate you challenging me on this. It'll just make me learn more, and I can maybe offer you some clarification in the future, right? I just know, like, here's the thing, and it might be insufferable to a lot of people. My standards for trusting information is always data-driven with good studies. We're talking about non-biased studies, right, and things like that. Not saying you were looking at biased studies, but I'm skeptical of a lot of, like, industry studies. So, for example, like, I would have issues trusting a study from, you know, one of the major acrylic producers, right? So I have to see what's out there. But I'd be more inclined to believe like a paper written by a conservator, right? You know, well-regarded conservator. And I just gotta search because maybe I am wrong, and it's definitely a possibility. All right, we're going to move on to no oil this time. All right. Been enjoying my time with oil. It's pretty slow drying. I can do a portion. Yeah, that's why oils are so forgiving. You could always just wipe it away if it's not, you know, if it's not working for you. If you put gesso on, you can paint on anything, but always wondering about painting straight on paper like Nicholas Uribe does. So here's the thing, though. Acrylic fucks with paper. So if you're using an acrylic gesso, it will degrade the paper over time. Right? So you would actually seal the paper surface with something before you put the gesso on. Gesso just provides could help like prepare your surface, but it doesn't protect the paper. This is part of the issue with like the paper scenario. So like if you don't prepare a paper and seal it, oil, acrylic will, like, you know, the stuff will seep into the fibers and it will destroy it eventually, right? It will be the reason why that thing doesn't last. So gesso alone does not protect the paper long term. It just doesn't, unfortunately. Okay, that's gonna be both. And Sean, that is one of the single biggest issues with archivability. Straight up. Right? Because discoloration is going to be similar between them, or light fading, right, between pigments. But delamination is one of consistently the biggest issues with keeping any painting. And then how quickly does that delamination occur, right? Other things, right? So we'll see. I mean, that will just, like, you know, they're not going to last long, unfortunately. I think it would need to be like a PVA glue, then gesso. I don't know what's in the matte medium that you're talking about. So the oil painting papers that are made for it probably have a seal, like it's probably a sealed coating on it, Chewy. That's if the substrates aren't sealed properly, like what I've been talking about. So like, Sean, if you were to paint oil on wood, right, that oil will degrade the wood because it's acidic, right? Acrylic, though, also degrades in a similar fashion. Now, I think it's a different mechanism. I don't think it's because of the acidity of acrylics, but acrylics do degrade wood too. Or like, wood-based, papers, stuff like that. No, you don't gesso over oil paint. So if you have a blank piece of paper, the best way to if you wanted to oil paint on it, the best way to prepare it, but this does not mean that it's going to be like good, is you seal the paper with something that protects the fibers of the paper from acrylic or oil. Okay? So for example, when I paint on wood, I've seen people do that, when I paint on wood, I have to prepare that surface by putting a stable material that will seal the wood from being exposed to the acrylic gesso or oil-based, oil-based primer, essentially. All right. So, and then you put so it's like a PVA glue, and then I put gesso on it, and then I paint on top of that. It is basically a primer, but it doesn't... See, acrylic gesso has acrylic in it, and it will degrade the wood. So you need to protect the wood from the gesso itself. Not to harden it, just to seal it from it, right? It would most likely harden it, Days, but you just need something to protect it from that stuff getting into the fibers and degrading them. Yeah, so I've seen people do that, where they just like took an old painting and gessoed over it. But that would, if you're doing an acrylic gesso over oil, you're fucked. Yes, Days. But once again, paper is a problem because it's not a rigid substrate, right? It's very bendy. You're not just like these sheets are, right? So ideally, if somebody gets one of these things, they stretch these sheets and provide it a more stable substrate, so the oil film doesn't flex a lot. I think I think it has to be a pH neutral, Sean. I believe so. Yes, if it was for bookbinding, I believe the same PVA would work. Well, if it's an acrylic over oil, it just won't bind. It won't bind to the surface. Gesso is not necessary if you just buy primed. You buy a primed surface, gesso is not necessary. Some people like to put gesso on top of everything so they get like the exact surface finish that they want, right? So it's like you can have a rough canvas that's primed, but you put gesso over it and sand it and make it really smooth. A lot of people like painting on smooth. I don't really get concerned with like the surface finish of my materials because I paint like thick. I don't paint smooth. Well, Moleskine you'll have to seal if you want it to last. You have to seal and then primer it. Okay. We are going to take a break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. All right, we're switching from oil to oleo gel, and we're going to start painting thicker. God damn it. God damn it. I'm going to get my chat's missing now. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. So we're all going to take our poos. Yeah, that sounds like more work than it's ever worth. All right, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll see you when I get back. I'm going to run ads on Twitch. Just 3-minute ad, but I'm not going to be here, so we'll see you soon.
Wow, wow, wow.
Son of a bitch. I literally just went to my main monitors and read some shit on acrylics. That's what I did during my break, everybody. Thank you, Salt, for the resub. I like to remind people I'm super cool and not a nerd. Your paintings are not garbage, Omizu. All right, so Sean, if you're here, I just did a little bit of reading. I went through two things about acrylics versus oils. However, one of the things I read, I cannot clear the bias from it. But I wouldn't say that he was, he didn't, like, seem to be lying, but he was also affiliate, like, he was like a guy with Golden, so. But if people want to hear this, I will happily discuss it. Okay. All right, shall we continue painting? All right, Sean. So, all right, the biggest pluses of acrylics are the film is more flexible, which is one of the worst properties of oils. Is it's good initially that it gets harder, but then it gets harder and harder as it gets older and older, and that's, that will cause cracking. No, you're good, Days. So, flexibility is good. They didn't address delamination in the things I read, specifically. The issues that came up with acrylics are that a lot of acrylic paints out there aren't there's a lot of different materials used in them. And that, I'd say the reliability of the paints are more in question. However, in the context of modern oil paints, I would put that same concern with modern oil paints, okay? But if they're using other things that aren't as I think they listed polyvinyl, or not, there's like a styrene in there. There was a few things in there, right, that they found in paints, right, when they analyzed them. They also warned about mediums and things you add because of how much medium you need to use within acrylics to form a proper binding. So same issue with oils, though. Like, you can argue it's a similar issue to oils, right? So the one thing that they didn't cover is over time with cleaning. They say that there can be adhesion issues because of dust or unprepared surfaces. I think oils still have that issue, but I don't think that's as big of an issue. But one of the guys, both of them were optimistic, saying that they, the more reliable study said they would expect them to be as archival as oils if well taken care of. Right? And that was that was an actual academic paper that I went through. It just provides different challenges, but oils provide a lot of challenges, right? Because obviously UV fading, same between both paints, right? There are some pigments you can use with acrylics that you can't use with oils, and some you can use in oils that you can't use in acrylics. I will say that a lot of the issues with oils, with modern paints, you pretty much have similar issues that affect it in different ways, right, between them. So yeah, I guess I would retract some of my issues with the archival issues with acrylics, with one caveat is if delamination is actually a significant problem in the future. Yeah, you can't do lead white with acrylics either. There's a few, right? It's, you know, and it goes both ways. There's some like you can do zinc white in acrylics, you can't do it in oils. Or you can, but I mean, like, you shouldn't, right? But yeah, so now I will contend that you will most likely have the biggest of issues with acrylics first that are annoying. Yeah. I would say the worst thing you can do in general for archival properties is do mixed media. I will hold pretty firm on that. But, you know. But once again, the issues all stem from like more user error, it seems. Which is a pretty consistent thing with all painting mediums. So okay, they did go into painting very thick with acrylics. That has had significant issues. But it'll be just curious to see, like, once basically around the 100-year mark, so around like 2050 plus, how will acrylic paintings hold up then? Because so they did mention in the article that there are people who say, and so maybe I've been biased by this chorus, that basically all acrylic paintings will fall apart eventually. But, you know, that's most likely biased. Oh, is that the case? Interesting, Sean. Call me a shill, but I would trust Golden over every other brand of acrylic. Absolutely. Drez, you know I agree with that too. But that doesn't mean that there is no bias either, right? But just like I trust Natural Pigments in their research with a lot of the shit that they do. So like, point being is, I agree with you. I would trust Golden as a company in presenting like less biased data. I still don't think that's grounds to say that they have none, right? And I'm not saying you said that, but you know, we have to approach it that way. Yeah, that would make sense with what I would expect, Sean. Basically, if oils stayed more flexible, they become I would say okay, but through the use of like lead white and stand oil, you can make oil films a lot more flexible as well. So also keep that in mind, that like oils are not monolithic with how, like, that's the wrong way of saying that maybe. There are ways of really helping with the issues with oils. And I'm curious if acrylics have similar things. Fun fact, Golden is probably going to do a test for me that's a bit tricky. One for a private. Interesting. Well, that's cool, Jez. I hope they do it. Well, yeah, I mean, Sean, you know, that's a, like, you know, and I know you probably know this, it's just a bad faith argument, right? The same pigments that they use in oils are the same pigments they use in acrylics. The big issue is with oils is most people assume oil painting requires solvents and things like that are dangerous, right? However, as I have demonstrated for a long time now, that solvents do not need to be a part of the process in any capacity. And we don't need to treat them, you know, we don't need to treat them as such. There were ways to bypass the issues with oils that, well, it's more of, so Days, the big issue with oils in an archival sense is that oil, like, you know, think of it like, that's a good example. You have a hard candy, right? And you know how it's very brittle and it cracks apart, right? Or you have like a gummy worm, which you can stretch, right? Oils, for a period of time, are fairly flexible, but as they get older and older and older, they turn more into like a hard candy. And it will make it more prone to cracking. That's why you also have to balance it with your substrate, right? So substrate being like the canvas or the wood that you're painting on, right? So what happens is as it gets harder over time, any minor movement can cause cracking. And that's, you know, no bueno. No bueno. You know, as they say in Poland, no bueno. So how do we mitigate that risk factor? Well, using like I think stand oil. There's things that you can do that really help mitigate it, but how long will that last? Correct. Yeah, that's what I mean by archival properties, Days. Agree that water-soluble oils, yes, completely agree, Sean. And I would also concur that any serious amount of additives in oils or in any paint is a problem for being able to address archival properties. Cypher. It's the cleanup that kills me, for real. I've lost many brushes. Here, Cypher. Cypher, you ready for me to change your world? You ready for me to rock your fucking world, Cypher? It absolutely does, Dia. Because I want to bring people happy. Day. Good day, Quotenshoff. All right, ready? I keep my brushes in a jar of oil. You see this? You see this? You hear about this? See this? I don't wash brushes. I'll die before I wash a goddamn brush. And every time I take them out, some oil comes in. So you just add oil. It's not like the oil is like... Yep. There you go, bud. Yep, linseed oil, Sean. And I paint enough and I, you know, have to go through it enough that I'm not really concerned with the oil in there. I also wipe it off, right? Like, I wipe it off with a paper towel and try and get the shit out, you know, any of that shit out of there. So, I have very little concern with that. And because I use bristle brushes, you know, I don't, you know, I'm painting from fucking 3 feet away here and I'm using a brush extension. So it's not like I need a fine point on anything, right? I'm not choked up on the brushes. So that's a me thing, but obviously you could take precautions of preserving the shape. I wouldn't, Sean, walnut oil, they say yellows less, but over time, it will still yellow. Oh, holy shit, Cypher, thank you. Holy shit, thank you, bud. Only linseed oil. There is no reason, Sean, to ever use anything else but linseed oil. Thank you so much, Cypher, I appreciate that, bud. Right, these are proper extensions. So I have 25-inch long brushes because I am compensating. I am compensating. I'm a very insecure man. Thank you. It is very appreciated. But yeah, walnut oil dries slower. Safflower oil actually provides more actually light fast issues with paints in some studies I've read. But the big issue with walnut and safflower or any other oil versus linseed is the most durable and tough. It flexes the best over time. So if we're talking about archival properties, linseed oil is the best over time. And Cypher, for that paint jar thing, I've been doing this for years, by the way. So do not use cooking oil because that shit won't dry. Different oils dry differently. So for example, an oil that should never be used is poppy oil, which you see a lot of companies use for some reason. Poppy oil dries very brittle. Dries very brittle. It's no good. It's no good. But people like hearing that they're using poppy oil for some reason. So a lot of companies use it. Don't know why. I also, to my paints, because I make all my paints, I also add a little bit of stand oil to all my paints because it's very beneficial long term as well, because stand oil makes it more flexible. Yeah, no, Cypher, so solvents fuck with brushes too, but I don't use any solvents either in any of this. My first layer, I just use linseed oil. My second layer, I'm just using oleo gel. When I'm done for the day, I just throw them in the jar. And I've been doing this for years. So I hope, I hope it works, works as it, I hope it does for you. That's all I do. Don't use spray oil. So, okay, canola oil, avocado oil, all these things don't dry, or they're semi-drying oils. That means some of it will remain fluid forever, right? You know how mineral oil never dries? A lot of vegetable oils are considered semi-drying oils, where other oils are drying oils. Linseed oil, which is made from flax seeds, is a drying oil. Same with safflower, same with sunflower, same with poppy oil. However, once again, they have different properties once they dry. So the reason why we use linseed is because it's strong like bull. Exactly. Well, they have your money. They don't care if I do care if it falls apart, Dia. I absolutely do. Don't huff paint thinner, Hanser. Natural Pigments is a video that demonstrates using cooking oil to clean brushes. So I have recommended that myself, Sean. If you do insist on cleaning your brushes, clean them with a vegetable oil, but then rinse them in a linseed oil. I do not recommend using soaps on your brushes because you don't want to risk that soap getting into your paints. You want to destroy a painting, that's like the best way to do it. Oh, gotcha, Dia. I gotcha. All right. Well, I mean, they do it, Dia, because people buy it. People want to sing oh, we have basic oil paints, but this one has poppy oil. This sounds cooler to me. I'll get the poppy oil one. Literally, Drez told me about. There's a company that only uses walnut oil in their paints. to the detriment of their paints because they know people buy them more. It absolutely does, Todd. I mean, you could tell them to do it, Days. Like, it won't hurt, you know? Like, you know, it could just, like, have them buy, like, a small bottle of Gamvar and just brush a thin layer over it. The best thing also you guys can do, this is for every painting. The best thing you can do if you want your painting to last long is varnish it. Straight up. Best thing you can do is varnish it. Yeah, and once again, you see a lot of companies use like safflower or sunflower oil. It really provides little to no benefit. Those oils still yellow over time, right? It's not like you're sacrificing a lot. You are sacrificing a lot by using something else than linseed oil. No, shellac, no. Just, there are different resins. There's a big rabbit hole with varnishing, but just get a retouch varnish. First layer, retouch varnish. After months of drying. And then second layer, a gloss, generally a gloss varnish. Never go below satin. If it's a darker painting like this one, would be high gloss. Straight up. For varnishing. Now the reason why is because the air around us fucks with the paint layer. It fucks with it. As they say in Poland, it's no bueno. It's no bueno. Yeah, there's like sulfur fucks with it. Sulfur is a big issue. Sulfur is a big issue with paint layers. I wonder. Yeah. Also, for any of you oil painters, check your titanium whites. Check your titanium whites to make sure that they don't have zinc in them. Zinc is the single worst pigment for archivability in oil painting. The single worst. Exactly. Yeah. Always double check that. Zinc white is a terrorist. Zinc white is a domestic terrorist and international terrorist, okay? Topical. So zinc white causes the oil to become very brittle when it dries, like extremely brittle. It turns it into a hard candy very quickly, and it inevitably will cause very bad cracking, and it reacts to environmental stuff significantly worse than a lot of other pigments. And unfortunately, zinc has been a common additive in titanium white for a long time, and it shouldn't be. It's a fucking crime that they still do it. Some have, but for example, Winsor Newton, Michael Harding, several brands still offer zinc white on its own, but also as an additive to their titanium white. And you don't want to know the bullshit? They don't have to list it. Sometimes they just consider it as an additive and they don't tell you that it's in there. This is why you all should get badly made oil paints. You know exactly what's in there. And it's made by a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Badly made oil paints. Gamblin, I think they do have zinc in some of theirs. Gamblin is probably the cheapest oil brand that I would regularly recommend that I have direct knowledge of. For acrylics, it's fine, but don't use it for oils, Sean. Do not use it for oils. Please, God, Sean. You only, Sean, it's literally the worst. Yeah, that is pure heathenism. No, Windsor. So, all right, everybody ready to hear my current blacklist of painting companies? As in, I would never buy a tube of paint from these companies. Who's ready to hear my blacklist? All right, I'm like the James Spader in the oil painting or the paint industry. That's their student grade. I would, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's student grade paints. Okay, my current blacklist of paint companies is as follows. Winsor Newton and Winton, which is their student grade brand. Okay. Michael Harding, Old Holland, Blocks, My Mary Puro, Utrecht, because I don't know enough about them, but they're related to Blocks, I believe. Let's see. I don't know enough about Rembrandt in general. Utrecht is Blick, yeah. But I think it's also related to Blocks too. Rembrandt, I don't know about enough. Let's see. There's that, there was a couple brands. What were the fucking names? There's that one that had a bunch of Instagram commercials that start with a G. There's like a Polish name. Gabka. Gabka is blacklisted. But that's like a rarer brand, right? Let's see. Michael Graham is technically, even though Drez, talks, he's a good person, but they use walnut oil for everything. Oh, Daniel Smith. Student paint, students use anything. Until you like to paint and you're trying to pursue it as a feat, students can use anything. Still don't use ink white, though. Well, thank you, Monica. Thank you, Secretary. I do make and sell my own paints. However, if you were in a pinch and you can't buy my paints, not familiar with them, I could look into it. Omizu, Dollarani. Oh, I wouldn't recommend Holbein. I wouldn't recommend Schminke. Because they use resin. But if you're in a pinch and you needed a quick paint and you couldn't get badly made oil paints, Rublev for high end, like the highest end paints. Williamsburg is the best like corporate oil paint that is like actively available. Yeah, Williamsburg is a good brand. No, it's not. They have shown good faith action. They have consistently shown good faith. What's the right way of saying this? Good faith action within the market that has very little of it. Well, and badly made paints are the best paint that you can get, Carlos. Michael Harding pissed me off a lot. Royal Talons, no, I wouldn't. That's a student grade brand, I believe. I forget who Royal Talons is affiliated with. But so Michael Harding did a couple things that really grind my ass. So Michael Harding, one, makes too many colors. Now you could argue Williamsburg does too. Fine. I have a problem with it though. They do the Van Gogh paints. I don't know enough about Van Gogh the Van Gogh line. Is Rembrandt okay? I have heard okay things about Rembrandt. I need to actually do a deep dive into him. But sorry, getting back to the point. Michael Harding, they did something that pissed me off to a huge degree. And they sell 40 milliliter tubes, but then at the bottom, they'll say minimum 35 milliliters. That means that they're not even guaranteeing you the amount of paint that they list on their fucking tubes. And I understand there's factors that could cause the volume to change, like temperature and stuff like that. But you should always guarantee what you advertise. It really made me mad. And like it just combined with like a lot of their other practices, and I find their owner to be kind of insufferable. The owner is pretty insufferable. Okay. So now, why is Williamsburg good? Williamsburg, generally, like, they have some bad colors. Monica, have a wonderful night. They have some bad colors, don't get me wrong, but their pigment load's good. They tend to make paints thicker, which gives you the options of using mediums or getting the flow that you want better. So it provides a better value. The price-wise is much more reasonable than other high-end brands, while keeping a good like pigment load in there. And there's just a lot less bullshit with them. They do have a safflower line, but they also have a linseed oil line. Plus, they use a lot of the good modern pigments as well. Yeah. So, like, that's the thing. I've also extensively used Williamsburg, but I've used several colors of Michael Harding, Old Holland, of my Mary Piro. My Mary Piro's blacklisted because they use poppy seed oil. That's why that one's blacklisted. They used 100% pigment in that shit though. Like that, all that was fine, but they use poppy oil. Right? Old Holland is a fucking ripoff. Way overpriced. They do all the naming tricks to try and get you to buy more paint than you need to. And it's just not fucking worth it. Like, it's just a really unethically priced paint for what you receive, and that's a blacklisting. Williamsburg is better than Gamblin. Gamblin, as a regular company, is, like I said, is the cheapest I'd go if you were like painting professionally. Weird noise. Correct. So Williamsburg started off as like an individual schmuck. A lot of brands are full of wax. Wax is one of the most common additives in any oil paint, Sean. This is why you should get badly made oil paints. The only additive I use in some paints is aluminum stearate, and that's to avoid massive separation issues. And I add chalk to the phthalo blue because it is unusable if you don't add something to make it less strong. Plus, I list everything that's in them on the tubes itself. And it is unethically made. Well, the owner goes through unethical hours of work to make the paint and charges you unreasonably cheap prices for it. The owner's an asshole. But boy, is their paint great. And no zinc, of course, yeah. The owner of badly made paints sucks, though. Just awful. It's on the fourth wall days. Don't eat the paints. Stop it. No worries, days. Yeah. Please do once they do. And the badly made watercolors will make your wiener bigger. Guaranteed. Yeah, you should check for that, days. You do not, like I said, zinc is the single worst pigment for oil painters that is commonly used as an additive because paint companies don't care and want your ass dead. Most likely. But yeah, so there's a lot of additives in oil paints. So like, once again, castor wax, beeswax. There's like several varieties of waxes that they use. All of it, the only reason companies use additives outside of like aluminum or magnesium stearate is to give you less pigment. Okay, straight up. Now you might say to yourself, well, I don't need all that pigment. And a lot of people don't. But it gives you more bang for your buck when you do. It gets more consistent with mixability. Higher pigment load can only benefit you, right? But there's a difference between giving you less pigment and charging you like they're giving you all the pigment. And that's where the problem arises, everybody. When you have a company charging you $60 for a 40 milliliter tube of cadmium and it's not pure pigment, that's a problem. But they don't have to tell you. Because they're fuckers. They're ragged fuckers. So, that's why, once again, I started making paints. I started making paints for myself pretty quickly after starting. Because it also saves you, you know, when you make your own, you save a lot. And like I said, I really try not to charge unreasonable amounts for the paints I make. Yeah, phthalo, definitely. That is true, Todd. Need too much red. Yeah. Fuck. I think I came too far out for that cheekbone. That cheekbone seems to come like right there, so I need to bring that in. What's your thoughts on Grumbacher? Okay, I've never used Grumbacher. Everything I've seen from Grumbacher has been incredibly overpriced. So I'd be skeptical of them as a company. The amount they charge for like their varnishes and shit is a crime. Thank you, Days. I try to charge reasonably. I try to charge reasonably. It's alright, there's always next time, Days. Yeah, I saw that, Oxford. I'm glad it worked well. I'm going to be trying to 3D model a skull, I think. A full-size skull. I started it, but I only spent like 10 minutes on it, so. But I'm glad you liked it. What are you talking about? You're the Jeff Bezos of paint. True, Amizu. True. Oh, awesome. Yeah, Cypher. I used to be an engineer, and so I did a lot with 3D modeling. I just recently got a copy of SolidWorks, so I actually streamed some SolidWorks session. I'm probably going to do that in the future as well. Do more streaming of SolidWorks. Just because 3D modeling is fun, and I know a lot of people are curious about it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've seen a couple in person too, Hanser. Oh, are you? Cool. Yeah, I was a mechanical engineer. Welcome back, Richards. The book page. Yeah, no, I mean, that is a plus that they tell you about it, but yeah, it's just any capacity. It's just, it sucks when you see it. Well, thank you, Cypher. I worked in engineering for 10 plus years. Quit a job. And then eventually tried to decide to make this my living. So we're trying. We aim to try here, Cypher. We aim to try. Yeah, a lot of European companies don't make lead white because it's a lot of hassle there. I did, Pickles. I did. Well, that's the thing. Why I quit, because I was just like, I hated every day of work. I had a frustrating job at the time. A frustrating job with a good company, and then I just like realized like I would regret not trying to do this. And I am poor as fuck, but I'm not unhappy. I'm not unhappy, just incredibly depressed. No. Congratulations, Cypher. That's awesome, bud. Grumbacher is American too? Are they not based out of Germany? Oh, interesting. A artist are depressed. No, I'm not depressed. I'm stressed in certain ways, right? Because it's just like, you know, figuring shit out, but I'm also not in a bad position, right? But, you know, I'll probably look back at this time period in my life fondly. I'll say that. But it would be nice to have, like, more financial flexibility. Oh, I'm super depressed in the state of the world. But we're talking about, like, my personal dealings? Yeah, no, the world sucks right now. There is a beer called Krumbacher. Maybe you're switching something up. Maybe. Well, Grumbacher is a German name. Completely agree. So, I mean, that's what it always came down to when I was thinking about it, Cypher. Is just like, okay, so I'm going to, like, have to wake up at, like, 6:30 every day on, like, a random Tuesday in February and being like, oh, I have to, like, go into work and spend 8.5 to 9 hours here. Mike Steltop, thank you for the follow. And that, like, just was, like, terrifying of just, like, that's my life. I'm, like, waiting to die. That's what it felt like, at least. Well, thank you, Days. Thank you so much. No one gets out of here alive. True. Who needs to feel? Not I. But, like, you know, I'll say one thing that also makes this difficult for me is I try to keep a really, you know, high level of ethics. So, like, why, you know. So, for example, I'd feel bad charging more for my paints than what I charge.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, a raid! Don't you nerd me. God damn it, Lizzie. Garmin. Yeah, it's tough out there, Sean. Like, I was making good money before, so it's like, you know, making less would have been much more difficult too. Of course, I chose, like, my financial situation straight up. Don't nerd me, Catherine. Oh my god, son of a bitch. Salt. I am not a nerd. I'm a super cool guy. Well, thank you, Richards. I want to make sure that any paints I make are a reasonable affordability for people who want them. Buy paints now. I'll have to spend some days probably making some paints if that were to happen. What city are you in, Sean? I do sell oil pastels and watercolors. This is true. Watercolors. Oh yeah, you're in Madison. Madison is an expensive city. My sister still lives there, Sean. Especially recently, she bought a home and then she sold. She made crazy money on her last place that she only owned for like 3 years or 4 years. Good, Lizzie. Yeah. Oh, Lizzie, give us your links. What were you working on? Goddamn son of a bitch. God damn it, Lizzie. Yeah, I mean, there are certain ways around it. right? Because you know we could do it under the table as well. Pickles, which could help, but it's still expensive. The shipping to Canada is like $25 for the set. Nice, Lizzie. Well, give us those goddamn links before I have a conniption. All right, good. Conniption averted. But I won't hesitate to have a conniption. Oh, Canada. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good base one, Days. In my color mixing streams, that's the set of colors I use. My home and native land, true patriot love. Our friends down south, the Canadians. Well, you know, if we're talking about realism, Days, that those 5 colors can mix you about 98% of colors that you see in realism. You gotta be aggressive here, huh? Be aggressive. Be aggressive. It's like he's wearing eyeliner. This always happens. Fawn ochre is a garbage paint. I got those pigments as a test, Pickles. They're very transparent, and they're not like. So it's not a garbage pigment as in it fails. It's just it's transparent. The color is not as strong. I'd only recommend it if you have want the luxury of just a play around color. But desaturated, you know. Yeah, very. No, it's not garbage paint. I bought 2 yellow ochres to see if there was a more yellow ochre, in the sense that like the Blue Ridge yellow ochre has a lot of red in it. So I was looking for one that had less red. So I bought these 2 cheap pigments. Not in a bad way. They're just cheap to test out. And I made a batch of both of them. And the color is just not. I wouldn't recommend anyone use it on the basis of the color. But if you just like having colors and testing them out, by all means, but holy shit. Thank you so much, dude. What the fuck? Thank you. My God. I appreciate it. If you look at my channel, Cypher, there's, you know, I generally paint at least 3 times a week. And I generally paint from life, too. So if you want to see, that is very generous. Thank you so much. I have this setup. Oh, I have a setup of my mannequin here. I have a big setup coming from life. My skeleton fell down. But I got a big setup painting coming soon. I usually work from life, not from photos. Thank you so much. Blue Ridge is the best yellow ochre I've come across. Well, that one is Ricardo Days. Thank you again. That was really generous. Yeah, I've actually tried that one, Sean. It's just worse than Blue Ridge. Yeah. Exactly, Mud. That's the goal, right? To continue to do so and build off of it. I think we finally kind of got the head shape down. This has been a bit of pain in my assholes, but I think we're finally getting close. in the Denny's dumpsters, Mudworks, yes. Son of a bitch! Maddie. Why is a Canadian national anthem stuck in my head right now? Maybe I'm just jealous. Alright, well, what is it, Mud? Pick your show tune. Masquerade! Painted faces on parade. Masquerade. Ba 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 da da da. Weak tint strength, transparent, and it really wasn't a significant departure of color from the Blue Ridge, Sean. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and oh, I feel pity for any girl that isn't me tonight. Ba 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 ba. I've heard the "We Are Men" song a few times on clips, so it's not that irresistible as usual. I feel charming, oh so charming. That is West Side Story. There are two songs from West Side Story that have been stuck in my head for about 20 years. And it's America and I Feel Pretty. 20 years. Every once in a while, they'll be stuck in my head. You just saw me dance as a fairy, fair enough. Ever since I saw West Side Story in music class in 8th grade, it's been a curse. It's been a curse. Don't hate me, Cypher. Hate the game. Yeah, I have literally done that at people. You just approach a friend and you just do the shark's jet snapping. Shit, I love that. I do think they should change I think they should officially change the end of the song Officer Krupke. You know, the end of the song is Officer Krupke, Krupp you. It should just be fuck you. Oh, Yentl, yeah. Mudworks, can you hear me? Yeah, I don't know how Yentl has become a regular. In Canada, it's tough too, Richards. My babs here. Babs. There's also the opening to Oklahoma. Oklahoma, where the wind... I don't even like Oklahoma as a play, but boy, did that one song... I saw that in 8th grade, too. What the hell just happened here? Sometimes the Mr. Mistopheles song, but I kind of hate cats as a whole. It's from Twister. Surrey with the fringe on top. That would probably be a trip and a half, Carlos. Sometimes I sing, there's a Fiddler on the Roof song that gets stuck in my head a few times as well. When you're a jet all the way. But I have a soft spot for Beauty and the Beast. I saw that one young, the play, and that was great. I have Phantom of the Opera. I have not liked Wicked. I've seen that live. I like the Producers a lot. Producers is fantastic. Tale as old as time. I fucked up. How did I fuck that up? The pronunciation. Tale as old as time. You know, my family, because we used to like the OG Simpsons. Instead of singing Be My Guest, we did always sing See My Vest. Don't get... I know, right, Cypher? My family had a big soft spot for the See My Vest episode of The Simpsons. Real Gorilla Chest. Yep, you remember. We would reference that so much. Just if we saw somebody wearing a vest, we would instantly all be triggered and be like, start like singing that. That mouth needs to move down again, huh? God bless America. Because of this is the soul patch. That means this probably has to move down like here. See my vest, see my vest. Awesome, Hanser. Great to hear. I'm excited to go outside again, but I haven't even attempted to go outside painting any days recently because it's been 0 to 10 degrees out. It probably does, Sean. But I am excited to go back outside and do some pastels and oil paints. Get some plein air work done. It's so cold, Cypher. I'm in Rockford, Illinois, which is like about an hour and 20 minutes west of Chicago. And like, you know, we had that like negative 10 day recently. We had some shit. I like to go outside and do oil pastels and recently, and I've done oil paintings outside, plein air stuff. And I tried to do it in late November, but there was like a sheet of ice everywhere and I couldn't even fucking walk. But I haven't tried since then. Northwest. Oh yeah, you got it too then. Yeah. My pupper has a winter vest because she refuses to wear any dog. That's awesome, Shasta. See? The old Simpsons were fantastic. So, like, for me, my family would be like, if somebody got a vest or something like that, we would always just say it. We'd just always be like, see my vest. It's kind of one of those situations. Alright. We're still looking terrible. But I think we can work with this. Gotta really kind of dial in some of these colors here. Be aggressive here. That hairline needs to come down, huh? Maybe a little. Forehead's more rounded, it looks like. The left jawline is off still. It might need to come up higher, like this needs to cut off more, and yeah, I see what you're saying. It's more rounded. Let's bring this down a smidge. Mix it a little bit, but that's okay. Just get that. We'll clean that up later. Or now. Good, Chewy. I hope you do, bud. Remember, we all, like, the only reason we paint is to enjoy it. It's not to create for the sake of creating. But if that's what you want to do, then, and you feel like doing it, take advantage. It's always nice being able to do something you want to do. From The Shining. I've done one from The Shining a long, not like, what was it, like 2.5 years ago? I did Jack. I did a painting of Jack.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Jack at the In the gold room bar. Love The Shining. Exactly, right? I have said this before, Cypher, that I don't... The results don't matter, right? If you enjoyed yourself and you got and you're trying to learn, the results don't matter. Getting the repetition in and practicing with intent. Practicing with intent as well. Alright, so let's fix this jawline. Maybe that needs to go in like... I was going to start and finish the last corner of my painting for green bag, just have the logo mix. Yeah. I hope you do too, Pickles. But you know what? If you don't, that's okay too. Because obviously green bag is a menace. We have to be aware of the green bag threat. Oh my god. Is that the color? Is that the direction I want to go? That's a little bit bright though, huh? I don't mind it actually being like, it just needs to be like a tad less. I don't mind being aggressive here with this. What I do care about is strong brush marks, though. Thank you so much again, Cypher. I really appreciate the support, man. Nice meeting you. Yeah, hope to see you again. I'll probably be back on, what is today, Tuesday? No, today's Monday. On Wednesday, I'll be back. Most likely. Hi, fart idiot. Thank you again. Gotta bring this eye go in right up here up. It's a really good spot for green. But a dirty green. B, aggressive. B-E, aggressive. You're all right. I sing that to my shit all the time. You know that. I can't help myself, all right? See, is this like a curse of mine? Where it's just like the paint doesn't come off my brush when I'm trying to mix it? Who cursed me? Who did it? Who did it? Who cursed me? Okay, alright. Hold on. You, it was Maddie and me. Maybe, oh, well, I have hit a lot of people who are capable of cursing with my car. That's their fault, though. Mud, as we all know, they should not have been walking on their sidewalks when I was driving by. You know this. I know this. The American people know this. Yeah, Mud will throat chop your shit up. It's best not to fuck with Mud. Yeah. I've seen one of her throat chops kill 3 men. Hi, Cranky Martini. Aren't we all cranky? Yeah, how cold is it? Is it still cold there, Mud? Or is it warmed up at all yet? Have you watched that, Richards? Have you watched any of that? I know it's a saying, but it was also a TV show. I have too, yep. Okay, that's not bad. See my vest, see my vest. Ice is like the worst part of cold weather, in my opinion. Like, snow is a pain in the balls, but like, you can kind of deal with it, but man, bad ice is just... You know, bad ice is like getting tear gas with your newborn child in the car. You know? Topical. Doesn't have that look yet. That eye needs to go more that way, huh? So is that it? Is that what I'm missing here? God, his eyes have such a distinct shape. Not a man, it's just a very... It's not a woman, it's just a very beautiful man. Look at my eyes. Okay, I see something an issue. Let's see if we can figure this out. He did. He did, Maddie. I saw that. He is an attractive man though. By golly. I think the eyes are too far apart, huh? Does that... His right eye probably needs to come in even more. Let's just cover this all up again. I think his eyes are a little bit thinner than I'm making him out to be. Or shorter, like less tall. In the y-axis. Okay. I think we have the shape down a bit. But this needs to come up higher, like here. A pretty bright spot right there. I wonder if this will work.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. Who did it?
Get your hand off my penis!
Fine. Fine. I gotta be careful with that soundbite. I don't know how to respond to that soundbite yet. I thought it's a funny soundbite. I just don't know how to respond to it yet. I can't say no to that one. Yeah, I said fine. God. This is Democracy Manifest. So the story is, he was just a dine and dasher, is the story, and he made that big of a hubbub, huh? A succulent Chinese meal. Is that man still alive? Like, does he know how famous he is? Like, has he tried to monetize himself? Oh, really? Interesting. You watch Red Letter Media, right, Fugu? Interesting. Oh, you haven't seen it? I think you would love the channel. But they talk about a story. It's a Milwaukee story where there was a guy who used to walk around shirtless in Milwaukee, like just walk, and people would see him around all the time, and it became like a online thing. They called him the Milverine, like the Milwaukee. He looked like Wolverine a little bit, so they called him the Milverine. And he just walk around shirtless in all these places. And then basically, like, the news found him one day, and they finally got a hold of him, and then he's just kind of like a weirdo, and they tried monetizing it. It was weird. But Red Letter Media is based out of Milwaukee, and that's where I heard. Well, I'm surprised I probably seen the Milverine in person though, when I was at Marquette. No shit, it was that recent. Jeez, like a year and a half. R.I.P.D. I don't know for sure, but I would suspect that they are extremely similar. Now, I would say the way people do egg tempura is probably less archival than doing it the simplest way. So, like, for example, there are people who I know did egg tempura with, like, oil in there and resin and vinegar and all this shit in there. So, like, that's not my hand. That's a good one, Omizu. So, like, if you get into the weeds of recipes, I suspect that that would be less archival. I would suspect. That's not a guarantee. However, what I don't know about the archivability of egg tempura and casein is how do conservators work with them? I don't know, like, if they have more issues with, like, cleaning, right? Things of that nature. Because that's where I think when we were talking about acrylics, I would imagine that there is less archival procedure dictated about them at the moment. I don't know that for sure. Who's gonna random call from Minnesota? Who's calling me from Minnesota? Oh, that was you? Okay. Well, I didn't answer. I don't know, we've been going 3.5. Might be a little long today. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out this nose again. Maybe that jaw does need to come lower, like here. Like that. Too close. Too close. Methinks. Yeah, right. Shooby-dooby. White Jesus. I can see that. Response should be then. Tim Walls. Is this Tim Walls? Can I get this down? It's like more of an angle, it seems like this. More narrow. No, that doesn't look right. It's like a chin. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this? Son of a bitch! Amanda. How dare you? Cheekbone goes higher. I'm gonna take it higher and higher. It's like right there. Is my nose too long again? Is my nose... Yeah, a tiny bit. Or heard of the theory that King Arthur was actually Jesus? I have not heard that one. Teeny tiny. I think is a bright eye. I'm gonna stand up and take a look at this. Hold on. We're gonna stand far away because there's something off. Stretch out the knee. Stand about. Let's do the 10 feet test. So right forehead needs to come up a little bit more to the right, less that angle above his left eyebrow, our right. The mouth might be too far to the right as well. I think he's got a little bit more chin on the bottom left. It's too slanted because of those goddamn words. I think the nose needs to come up a little bit and to the right a little bit again. Yeah, yeah, that I haven't addressed yet, Chewy. But I agree. So I feel like this, like it comes down more like this, but then the chin comes a little bit lower. So like this. It's like right there. Because there's like a hair strand right here too. Then it's like cheekbones there. But this doesn't angle that hard in here. So like, is the mouth wider? Does the mouth need to come more to the left? Yes. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. All right. So the mouth might need to move. A little bit this way. Yeah, too far to the right, yeah. But then does the nose need to move right? And I think it does. You know what we should do? Oh my god, I slipped. Oh my god, it's happening. Why do I always do this? Oh my god. What happened? Oh no, Mark. Oh, you're just gonna have to stay like this. So if that was the nostril before, let's move it up and to the right.
Son of a bitch! Grab the children! Save the children!
Is that too close? Gen Z Jesus, no! Don't worry, he always revives. Alright, that nostril needs to be bigger. I realize I haven't seen Jan a lot recently. I wonder how he's doing. Skibbity Riz in Ohio Jesus. 6'7". All right, how does that feel for nostril placement? Let me fix the skin a little bit on this one. Is this skibbity rizzing with everybody? That's skibbity rizzing with everybody? Down just the pube? Okay. I'm so glad we finally adopted a good standard of measurement as the pube is. You're welcome, everybody, for that, by the way. You're welcome for that. Just wait till you say that in front of your family. Oh, how's my stew? Oh, it needs just a pube's worth of salt. Just a pube's worth of salt, everybody. Red, blonde, black. You're all a social experiment. Do you think there's somebody who's as weird and fucked up as I in this world?
Fire the nuclear
Oh
weapon.
my god, hooray! This is all an act. Hooray! Welcome in, Poison Jackal. And Jackal, I was going to message you because I lied to you. It wasn't in the mythological land of New Zealand. I misread something. Your package. I slipped and fell. Don't you judge me. Only David Bowie can judge me. Only David Bowie can judge me. That's true, Voxy. Stop it, Snark. Stop it. Welcome in, Jackal. Share your links or I'm going to burn this place to the ground. You have 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to comply. Or this place is burning. Nose is still a little, like, stuck up. No, you think I have insurance? I'm doing this out of genuine psychosis. Good. Good, you made it just in time. Well, everybody go check out Poison Jackal, friend of the stream. They're about to legally have the largest wiener in all of New Zealand. A jackalope painting? Awesome. Take a look in a second. They're about to be the owner of the largest wiener in all of New Zealand. Practically a celebrity. Oh, it's coming up on my other monitor. God damn it. From what I can see here, it looks great. Which Bowie song is your favorite? Oh, You Pretty Things. Oh, Oh, you pretty things. That one. Fucking love that song so much. Gotta make room for the homo superior. But he has like 30 songs that I fucking love. Life on Mars is up there. Starman. Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. Space Oddity. Golden Years. Changes. What was it? Strange. The one he did on the Night at the Apollo. It's all so fucking good. How much he... by the way, you know he was a big occult guy, Richards. He was a big occult guy. And apparently he said he lived off of years off of cigarettes, green bell peppers, and milk. Hence a still life. A really shitty still life I did one day. Peppers and milk. Sound and vision. He's so good. And he did it over so many years. That was, yes. What was the character's name again? Jareth, that's it. Jareth, the Goblin King. The great... Jareth with the great dong. Jareth. Jareth. I believe it's Jareth. I did too. I think I've heard that he was packing heat. Lord knows he had the confidence. Ziggy played guitar. Oh, Rock and Roll Suicide is also one of my favorite songs. That might be my second favorite song of his. Rock and Roll Suicide. Time takes a cigarette, puts it in your mouth. You roll on a finger, another finger, then cigarette. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just another rock and roll suicide. Too old to choose it. Ba 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 ba. Too young to choose it. Ba 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 ba. There's a shadow. Don't let the milk flow around your mind. Oh no, no, Down your mouth. Ahem. Ahem. Ugh, I think I got the lung. Time takes a cigarette. Puts it in your mouth. Welcome back, Richards. Think so? I should probably focus on getting the nose like painted so we see how that shit can look. So I'll do that now. These nostrils have been a little difficult for me to like kind of get down though. I feel like his left, our right nostril still needs a move. Touch wide now. Yeah, which direction though? Question is on the right or left side. Let's move that nostril. Yeah. Oh yeah. Why is this not feeling like strong enough when I do this? I like to be a little bit more aggressive with the blues I have around here, or greens. Too bright. Too bright. Needing you too. Have a good night. Knee. Thank you as always. Oh no, Lord, you're not alone. No matter who or what you say. Fuck, that was too much. Too much. you're not alone. Boo, 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 boo. I want to see you, and you're not alone. Wonderful. Let's get that mark in there. See this. Okay. Might have figured this out. You're wonderful. Is that too much? That's too much. You know I'm slow, so it's like a 2-week commitment. Oh, which Bowie should you paint? Sorry, I was really in the zone. Skip Riz. Go with one that's not as common, like Ziggy Stardust. A lot of people do Aladdin Sane. I would do one of the oddballs as far as popularity is concerned. The first portrait I ever did was Aladdin Sane, though. I haven't done a Bowie portrait in a while. Probably makes me think I should do one soon. Problem is, there's not a lot of great painting photos. Surprisingly. Younger could work. And you're not alone. You know who had a bunch of good photos, though, is the guy from My Chemical Romance. Whatever his fucking name is. He had a lot of good photos. I did a portrait of him. It was one of my first, like, early decent portraits. What the fuck was his name? People love him, though. Does anyone remember the name of, My Chemical Romance guy? Gerard Way, that's it. Yep. I did a portrait of him that I liked. I gave it to my sister-in-law. The lives of everyone you love. Try to incinerate. They got some pretty catchy songs, I have to say. What's the worst thing I could say? Doesn't matter if I stay. So long and good night. So long. And if you carry paint a paint based off a song Rain King from Counting Crows. Well, which I know Counting Crows, I just don't know their songs by name. Like, you know what I mean? Just don't do anything from Stained or Blues Traveler. Both those guys are a-holes politically. I feel like that a good green could go well there. It's not dark enough. Maybe a little purpley. All right, let's take a break. Oh, wait, an ad just happened. Shit. All right. I guess no break. We'll wait about 15 minutes. Beans. No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till I can run ads again, Maddie. So I can get a longer running time. I can't run ads for a little, probably about 5 to 10 minutes, so we'll wait until then. Take a break. Still too bright, what the fuck?
Well,
thank you, Autonet. How you doing, bud? How are you today? You don't need to apologize. The only one who needs to apologize here is Maddie. Good. Good to hear. And everyone you get banned. Banned from what? Oh, no. How dare you? No, I might ban you. We don't ban people for complaining. What vicious rumors are you spreading? Uh-uh. No. No complaining from Maddie. But you can complain here. Out you can complain all day. Maddie can't. Maddie can't. Nope. Not anymore, you can't. Oh, Punxsutawney Phil? That bastard who controls the weather? Why would God give a groundhog such powerful abilities? I don't get it. Superhero groundhog that controls the weather. Thank you, Adam. It really isn't. Because that is the most powerful mutant ability from X-Men. Storm is the most powerful X-Men. I don't know what I was expecting. And if I had to choose a mutant power, it probably would be weather control. All right, it is time for a break, though. I need to take a break. I need to poop several times and pee 30 times. Shit, shower, shave, and snack. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break. You know I never am, Maddie. Nope. Absolutely not. That ruins it. Good. All right. We're gonna run ads again. I know you just had I know you just had ads. I apologize for this, but we'll have a longer range of no ads. Let me just do this. Okay. All right, everybody, gonna run ads. We'll see you in about 5. Prank! Prank! Done been pranked. Who pooped? Who pooped? I know I did. Good night, so long. And if you carry on this way, doesn't matter if I stay. So long. Welcome back, Richards. You got past the ugly stage? Yeah, I think so. I think we're okay enough close right now. That I could start putting on like finishing marks. God, I think I actually should go green with that, shouldn't I? Are you gonna see this movie, Richards? I think I might go and see it. Iron Lung? Iron Lung is the name. It's a horror movie. Just Iron Lung. It's based off of a video game that this guy played that he like really enjoyed. And then he put up his own money and made a movie of it. Wrote, directed, starred. Completely financed by him. It's a pretty cool thing. Yeah. And he like didn't have distribution, and so like he did boots on the ground, like calling like theaters to like, he said even at times like one by one to see if they'd carry it. And then he opened up, he was #1 in the United States for like 2 days. Yeah. It's really cool to see nowadays. As I said earlier, it's if we want to get out of the hell that is like modern movies, it's good to support shit like this. It's not shit, but you know, you get what I'm saying. And show that it can work. Or can. Now he has a huge, you know, he's one of the big, straight up one of the biggest YouTubers. But, you know, there was another YouTuber who created a movie that like was like that Shelby Oaks movie that apparently was not very good. But that guy didn't put up his own money, and that was through like a studio and shit like that. So, but you know, this guy had a vision and he went for it, and that is very admirable. Like Cypher, who is very generous to me on YouTube. It's always nice seeing like do things out of passion versus just monetary shit. Yeah. Well, I've heard some interesting reviews about it that you know, if it's anything like the review, I think I'll like the film a lot. And it makes me respect the movie more, that review I heard about it, because of like the nature of what they were, you know, what they were saying about it. Like they say it's a little, like they say it's like, because it's not like it's not to like a modern horror movie's taste. It's like to like a, like, you know, it's slower. It builds up tension. It does things that we used to see in, like, you know, a better time of movies, I would say. I did not see Melania, no. I swear, though, if that gets nominated for any Academy Awards because of some bullshit, I will... I don't even care about the Academy Awards. But just, like, if they... I don't know, it's just like, if they did something to appease that geriatric pants shitter, I will be pissed. Now thankfully we got a year, you know. It's not this year's Academy Awards, it will be next year's, so. Yeah. Good. That's a good day. It's a good day, Jack. Good work. Good freaking work. Good for you.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
My plums. Let the boy watch. Now you have to put up with my bullshit. It could be a lot worse. Outside of the murders, Amanda, your presence is welcome here. Outside of the murders. She doesn't disgust me as more as Trump, but she's like, you know, she's, oh my God, she's just as evil, right? Like, we should work on it. I don't think she enables him. I just think, like, because she can't. Like, what she says what does not matter in the slightest to him. Outside of, like, sex. But however, you know, the type of person who would be with him for whatever reason is just still really, like, you know, gross. I don't know either. But, you know, some people are desperate. Some people are just, like, sociopathic with, like, getting things that they want. Right? This word is really actually cock blocking me a bit with what I can see here. Because I think it does something like this. That makes his neck look huge. It's disgusting. I'm not denying that fact. I mean, she's just basically like a... I mean, the whole sugar daddy thing is just basically you're a full-time prostitute, right? That's really what it is. Is that bad to say? Not really what it is, right? Probably. Most do. But there's also a chance she was sex trafficked in here. Right? Didn't they meet at an Epstein party? Yeah. How are you doing, Sashi? I'm a little bit ornery. I bought cereal because it was cheap, and all I've had is cereal today. Well, like a single bowl of cereal. But I'm going to have some leftover hot pot after this. I mean, well, it's because you have, you know, you have a conscience. But there is also an aspect of like predatory aspects of this too, that like, you know, sex trafficked women, stuff like that. Where it's like I could see it in those situations, to be honest. Where it's like there are some people who literally don't have a choice. But I don't think Melania was necessarily one of those. Made you buy cereal? Why? How did Silver Grains make you buy cereal? Listen, I saw Cinnamon Toast Crunch for an obscenely low price, and that is one of my weaknesses, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And so I bought 2 boxes. Oh, nice, Sashi. Serial killer. Shut up, Pen Man. Yeah, but I think there was some talks that she was possibly initially brought over here. I think I read somewhere that there, like, was possibly some insinuation of her being, like, trafficked here. As, like, a model wife, you know, type thing. Of cereals, Crave is my favorite, Sashi, then Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I could eat an endless amount of Crave cereal. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Crave is like chocolate-filled Chex Mix, essentially. Like, it's like, that's kind of the stuff it kind of tastes like it's made of. And it's fucking awesome. But cereal is generally, like, way too expensive for what you get. And it's all sugar. So it's just like, I don't do it that often. With chocolate. It's filled with chocolate. Yeah, that's what I think I heard about as a possibility for Melania. But I don't know, like, she clearly can be free now, so obviously it's like, you know, she's still pretty awful. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it just seems I mean, it's a world that, like, pretty much, like, only attracts predators, right? Fuzzy Duke. Welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. Yeah, it seems like a better choice, Sashi. Well, that probably tracks. I mean, Donald Trump is probably the most hated man in the world right now. He might become the most hated man of all time. Thank you, Sashi. I appreciate it.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, a raid! Fuzzy Duke. Okay. The follow precursor. Welcome in. Duke House. Uh-oh, are you just gonna drop dukes all over the place? Welcome in. What were you working on? It is Markiplier. Painting him in honor of Iron Lung. I plan on seeing it. I pretty much, you know, almost most definitely, but hopefully I can find a reasonable showing I can make too. But I really like that he just fucking made a movie and did it without distribution and said fuck it to the shitty industry that is the modern film industry. So I thought I'd decide to do a portrait of him. Oh, that stinks, Trader Joe. Yeah, it's not in a lot of countries right now. I heard good things about it. Welcome in, everybody. This is an oil painting. Chris the Girl and Art Amanda made. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows. Get on in here. Give me your links, Fuzzy Duke, or I'm going to burn this place to the ground. I can't be stopped. Just give me the links. Oh, God! Welcome in, bud. Oh, I've seen your work before. It's wonderful. Yeah, God, what'd she change her names to? Touch of Chaos. I have problems remembering her new names. I've seen you in there. Wonderful work. Everyone go check out that website. You're fuzzy. You gotta keep up. We all do in this rat race. But welcome in. We're painting with oils. If anybody has any questions, I will answer anything. And if I don't know the answer, I will make it up. Because I'm very insecure. Hextier, thank you. Or Hextier. Thank you. I couldn't remember. I have problems remembering Hextier versus Touch of Chaos for some reason. Anything. Anything. How do you count cows? One by one with your toes and fingers. Next question. All right, Trentha Grove. Thank you for the follow. Why is purple made up color? Physics. I've never painted with oil. Is it different than water? It very much is, Amok. How many fingers? 16. And 32 toes. No. I'm pretty sure that's very right. Well, this guy's an idiot. Nope. I've never been wrong in my life. In what way is oil different than water? Layering? Oil gives you a lot more. In a real answer, oil allows you to do a lot more different things than just water, right? You can paint like me, Alla Prima. I've just done this in this setting, in this stream. I started this painting today. But you could do glazing, you could do more finite work. The color range that you can mix compared to water as a medium is much different. How you get to approach mixing colors is different. A lot. All right. How big is the painting? The brush looks massive. This is a 12 by 16 inch. It's generally smaller than I work, but I've only used these 4 brushes. This is Alla Prima means at once, which means you just paint everything in a go or in a couple sessions. So I'm painting wet into wet paint. These are the only 4 brushes I've used, and I put extensions on them. So I hold them at the back. And so these are about 25 inches long. I do know Richard Schmid now, but I wasn't aware of him until recently. I'm a big fan of John Singer Sargent, Anders Zorn, Ilya Repin, Monet, Gustav Kaibat, modern people, Karen Offit. I think it's Morgan Wiesling. Not a Van Gogh boy. I am not a Van Gogh boy. Nope, I just mix it into the next color. So all I do is wipe it off with a paper towel, go into my next color. If I need to adjust the color, I do it as I go. I hate, nope, I'm not a cubism boy. How dare you? How dare you? Vincent Van No. Do you need, okay, yeah. So. I make all my own paints as well. I make watercolors, oil pastels, and oil paints, and sell them at my shop. Oh, thank you, Richards. So if you're looking for the best damn badly made paints you've ever used, they're for sale in my shop. I'm not an artist, I'm a pervert, thank you very much. Skywise, I just need to clarify. Class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Yep, I buy the pigment, oil. I have a machine over there. You can see the videos on my YouTube. On my Instagram. Not a bastard. But I buy the pigments, buy the oil. I figure out how to mix or ratios. See, here's a bag of pigment. This is a bag of pigment. This is lamp black pigment. So I take that pigment, mix it with oil. Then I run it through, I mill it through a machine, tube it up. Here's another pigment, Venetian red. Here, probably better here. Venetian red. Don't eat the paints. Yeah. So lamp black is actually the soot collected from oil lamps. It's actually what's used in those like calligraphy ink sticks is lamp black. It also has It dates back to cave paintings. There's cave paintings with lamp black pigment. I'm fairly certain lamp black got its name coined in like Victorian England when they had gas lamps, and there was guys who cleaned and collected the soot from the gas lanterns. And I believe that's when the name was coined. But it's one of the world's oldest pigments, everybody. One of the world's oldest. No, I buy the pigment. I don't make any pigments. I am considering. All right, what pigment am I considering making myself? Trivia. What pigment am I considering making myself? Maddie probably knows, yeah. You can answer if you want, Maddie. Bone white? Nope, not bone white. Rust? Nope. Rust is actually much harder to do than you would think. Piss yellow? Nope. There is a pigment that has been made out of piss. Ochre? Nope. If I could be any pigment, what would I be? Probably pyrrole red or lead white. Nope, that actually isn't a pigment. That's a dye, Amok. From Mexico. I'll explain. So, Amok, what you're talking about is cochineal red, made from the beetles on this cactus plant. And they can make a dye from it. It's what's in Red Dye 40 or something. The one that people hate is made from those bugs. But there's a way of converting dyes into a usable paint pigment. Cochineal red was one of the most premier pigments, or the dyes turned into a pigment used during the Renaissance. There was also another beetle in Syria on oak trees that did the same thing called Kermes red. Yeah, one of the big red dyes we use is made from those bugs. Or at least Americans. Yep. Well, the pigment I'm thinking about making is bone black, and painters would know it as ivory black. Ivory black. Do you know what ivory black is made from? Cow bones. Yep, cow bones and pig bones. Currently. It actually originally was made from elephant ivory, and that's how it got its name. It originally was made from ivory, but then that got abolished in like the 1800s. And then in the late 1800s, I believe. And now it's made from pig and cow bones. But supposedly, but I'm less big on this one. I heard chicken bones were more blue. But I've heard something recently that goes against that idea. So I'm not as hot to try that, but all you have to do is carburize the bones. You just got to burn the shit out of the bones with a lack of oxygen. So you just buy like a sealable like metal container, throw it in a fire, done. So charcoal or coal or charcoal is carbon black. That's the name of the pigment for that. Even though it's it's somewhat similar in nature. You like vine charcoal? Yep. That is also one of the world's oldest pigments. Charcoal dates back to cave paintings as well. Yep. If I make my own pigment, I would sell it as well. Once again, I only would make a pigment if I could use it, right? You know, that's my condition. All the pigments I sell or make are ones that I would personally use. Oh, cool. I've seen Dirty Jobs. I didn't know he went to a place that made it. Lamp Black is, though, one of the most dusty pigments. That shit gets nasty really quickly. Amok, paint from life. Paint from life. And don't, eyeball it. And do that, about 500 times. Because I still struggle with that, yo. Sinces Natel. Thank you for the follow. Turn your eyeballs around. No, it's really just a matter of repetition and practicing it. But I also think looking at something in real life, which I generally do here, everybody. I usually paint from a live setup with a live studio audience. Well, Mark, that's so here. Everybody's here. So you can see I have a mannequin here. God damn it! What I just knocked out. I set up shit. I got stuff in that corner too. I set up stuff to paint. So a lot of the stuff you see on my Instagram is stuff that I actually set up in real life with props. Don't you laugh at me. Is your bone black and lamp? Is it worth me getting both? So, Lamp Black is more... I have a video on it, actually. Pickles, there's a video of it on my YouTube going over that exact thing. So if you want to see it on a camera, check it out. But in Lamp Black is fully opaque and blue, or leans blue. Ivory Black is semi-opaque and leans slightly brown. Do you ever use a photo and a setup both? How long can a model sit? I use things that don't need to be paid or are living. So I use, like, I have a mannequin, I have a skeleton, I have other things. So I just let it sit there for as long as I do the painting. I have painted from people, but, you know, that's like 2 to 3 hours. But I can't afford to pay models at the moment. So if you know anybody who wants to sit for me, for painting, please let me know. I cannot pay them. I'll feed them, though. No clue, Amok. No clue. 2 hours is your limit, Mandelbrot? Yeah, I would say I try not to go more. I would not try to go more than 3 because it's a lot. They're just sitting there, you know, with their thumb up their ass. Yeah. Yeah, there's just not a lot of reasons to have to actually bust out using a black. So I bet it is, Sashi. It's either that or I need to start dating somebody who will just sit. And my partner, I'm only looking for a person who's willing to sit down and let me paint them. It's my only requirement. Can you do the same sitting an hour a day over 2 weeks? You could. All right, good, Maddie. Boo. Oh my God, Claire. Claire Jones. What do I owe this pleasure? From the rare Claire Jones appearance. Also, everybody, I'm desperate for YouTube subscribers. So if you could find it in your heart, for less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can subscribe to my YouTubes. Parents, it's just anybody, Amok, you know, just painting anybody, anything from life is very beneficial to learning. Basically, Amok, I should say, force yourself to not have to rely on instruments or tools, and force yourself to see it over and over again. Look for your plumb lines, you know, put yourself in a position where you're challenged by it. Don't worry about the results and just do it until you're sick of it. But it's important that it's like challenging and you're like, you know, well, thank you. Thank you, Claire. That's tough, yeah. That's something I'd like to do more. I do go outside and do stuff, but it's usually on fairly stationary stuff. Yeah. Makes sense, Richards. Thank you, Amizu. Yeah, I think we kind of got enough there. Just like some minor things and some more definitive strokes, I would say, is all that's left. Just pushing some stuff a little bit more. Trying to get that realism, yo. Just little marks, though, can make a huge difference. That one I fucked up a little bit. I have not painted myself. Nope. I am too beautiful for the world to see. I'm too gorgeous. Your faces would melt like it's Indiana Jones. No. I'm doing this to protect everybody.
Fuck.
No, I originally just did it because I didn't want to have a third camera set up. That's true. It's why I don't age, Days. It's why I don't age. Wait on this. Austria, they're pretty cool with that there. Interesting. And everyone you knew. Goddamn right, Amanda. Well, there is that, yes. I mean, Maddie, you are correct. I was on 14 episodes of Unsolved Mysteries. 14 for 14 different cases. It was a record. I know, Days. This happens. Do boom boom. In 11 different states, yep. I was always the victim, Amanda. In those unsolved mysteries, I was the victim in 11 different cases in 11 different states. It became unsolved because I disappeared. Bet you weren't expecting that curveball. You could try, Days. And you'll probably do it. I've done some watercolors and oil pastels. But my main love is oil paints, Amok. I love oils. I think oils are where it's at, yo. You gotta give her context, Maddie. You gotta give her context. Okay. Pickles, do you want to, like, are you ordering, like, soon, or are you just mapping it out for yourself? Ricardo. No, there's other ones. No. Some say I look like Idris Elba. Some say I look like Questlove. Some say I look like Brendan Fraser. All of this has been said about me. No worries, Amok. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Shoulder. My shoulder is being a bit of a wiener right now. You prefer... So, do you want to work it all out offline? It will save us both money, most likely. I mean, it'll save you money for sure. I just realized my shoulder was hurting. That's a good idea. It's not a bad idea, Pickles. Like, to what point, Sasha, where I couldn't walk? My place is... I have a lot of, like, square footage. It's just, like, an inconvenient space. I mean, probably, like, hundreds. It might be actually 1,000, like, over 1,000. Because if I could stack them vertically, too, then we're in thousands range. Thank you, Days. Thanks for hanging out.
Nuclear weapon.
Oh my God, hooray! It was really nice seeing you, Days. Hope to see you again soon. Oh my God. Why shoulder are you being an a-hole? Certainly is, Days. The bunch of hooligans. Welcome in. Princess PJs, I better see some links from you or I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Alright. I'm currently lighting the Molotov as we speak. Welcome in, Raiders. Maybe? Maybe. We'll see how quickly we get these links. Maddie, you know I've been looking for an excuse. Hi, Princess PJs. Get on in here. Give us those links. Good. Okay, that's cool. Oh shit, did we get ads? No, okay. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you for the raid. I guess I won't burn down my place yet. Thank you for the raid as usual. I hope you've been well.
Oh my God!
You dirty bastard. I will find you, Anonymous. In this life or the next. I am looking for tips on who Anonymous is. Anonymous must be stopped. Anonymous must be stopped. It really is. It really is, Maddie. But we'll find them. You were in charge. What progress have you made? Oh, you son of a bitch. The Boggs Witch? You're asking for it.
Oh my God!
Okay, Anonymous. I'm farting loudly. I bet you are. God damn it. God damn it. Maddie. Maddie, what are we gonna... You're supposed to find them. You have a face, ML Ice? I hope so. They're a fucker. They're a goddamn son of a bitch. This will not stand. They're tearing the stream apart. do. It shouldn't. It shouldn't bring you joy. One of these days. One of these days, Anonymous. We're almost there, everybody. We're almost there. He's wearing some crazy eyeliner, though. Need to bring that out a little bit. By the long brushes, to keep myself from looking at the painting as an entirety versus just like choking up and only looking at the section as a little bit of it. It forces me to sit farther away, and that in turn makes me keep in focus that I'm painting this as a whole and not as a section of individual parts. And I have T-Rex arms. So I think, Amok, a lot of people try and finish like a section, do a little section, they choke up like this. And my sole focus is to become a better painter, and I don't think choking up on a brush helps you learn. So I just do all my paintings like this. I also, I will say, I think there's a benefit stylistically to painting looser. So like, Amok, I think the hardest skill in painting to learn, to do, to execute is to be able to show the most amount of information with the least amount of brush strokes. Right? To me, there's nothing more impressive than taking big brush strokes and people understand exactly what it is and it looks great. And that's the skill I'm trying to work on. There's nothing like taking like a really good confident brush stroke and you just leave it. And you just leave it. Do you, Amizu? Don't be a smartass. It's sad. Oh, you mean you're literally crying? I see. Boop. At show, Portrait Print of the Year, you see a lot of painters doing what you just explained. Yeah. I mean, Omizu, I think, like, how I hold the brush and approach it is fairly uncommon. And this is not just like, this is me not blowing smoke up my ass, but it's just a lot harder. It's a lot harder to do it this way. Still at it, Sean. A little bit longer than usual, but that's okay. This is nothing compared to my old streams. When I was first starting streaming, Sean, I regularly was up here for 12 hours. On paintings I could do now in like 4. Yeah. That's true. Damn right, Amanda. How you doing, Chrysalism. QRY Salism. I read good. I read good. Well, thank you. Welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any concerns, please let me know. But if you have a complaint, we don't take complaints. Well, thank you. Hi, Nordic. Yep. In celebration of Iron Lung, we are doing the Markiplier painting. Plus, he's just a fucking gorgeous man. Oh, come on. Ridiculous. He is very gorgeous. Tried getting into oil painting recently. So I was looking for art streams. I've done that I've ruined so many clothes. But it's worth it. If you enjoy it, it's worth it. That's the thing. Not everyone is going to enjoy it, and that's perfectly fine. But that's one of my biggest pieces of advice to new painters, is make sure you enjoy doing this. Don't force yourself to do this. It's okay to not like something, as it is okay to like something. You come from digital? Okay. Yep. Well, I will say this. Oils are the easiest. I mean, obviously digital, like, you know, you don't have an undo button here, but you can always paint over it. You kind of do have an undo button because you could just wipe shit away or paint over it. So, you know, you don't really need to stress yourself out with it either. Yeah, I would love some snacks. I'm hungry. I would like 2 fried chickens and a Coke. I'd like 2 fried chickens and a Coke. God, I hope you guys get that, understand that reference.
I said good day!
Good day. I think Amanda got it. Good. Good. Boo-doo-boo. Shabooty bop bop. Bop 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 bop. 2 fried chickens and a Coke. Martu by Martu. Welcome in. If you have any questions, I'll answer any question you could possibly have. And it will be right, guaranteed. You struggled to get the values in the painting I did today, though, as the colors just kind of blended with wet on wet. Not sure if I... So, no, you don't need to wait for it to dry. So you notice how I can make like a brush stroke on stuff? You use more paint, thicker paint. If you use... So my first layer, I use linseed oil as my only medium. On my second layer, I just use gel or paint straight from the tube. Doesn't give you an issue. The thicker the paint is, the more it will go on over top of it. Oleo gel, it's just gelled linseed oil. It's just gelled linseed oil. That's what this pile right here is, if you can see it. It's just gelled linseed oil. It's not a thickener. It's basically the same consistency as paint out of the tube, but it improves flow. Yeah, and I use that for my first layer. Yep. But if you're starting off, I would just recommend using oil. There is no alkyds, no. It is just gelled. I forget what they have to add to make it gelled, but they add something to it. I forget what it is, and they apply heat to it, and it turns into a gel. But there is no... I don't recommend using any alkyds because they are a resin. Say no to alkyds. Plus the fumes fucking suck. I don't use any solvent. And, yeah. No solvents for this boy. The Cyclops money in the palette? Okay. We basically almost done here. But would I do recommend chrysalism? You want a secret of the universe to learning how to paint, or the best things to do when you're starting off to paint? I will tell you a secret of the universe at great risk to myself. What you should do, grab your largest brush, hold it by the back, right? Hold it like a wand, all right? Hold it like a wand. Set up a fruit in front of you, like an apple, just a singular fruit. Look at it and just paint it. And do that like in a session, paint it like 5 times. It is very popular, Sean. Teach yourself to see the colors in person. And see the relationships. Make simple, confident brushstrokes. Don't worry about the result. It's just practice. And just go for it. Photos with too much detail are your worst enemy at the moment. Photos with too much detail are your worst enemy when you're learning. Well, I'll just say, if your goal is learning, that's what I would recommend. That's fair. And I can only give you, I can't, make you do it or anything like that. It's just, if your goal is to learn, I think that's one of the strongest things you can do. for oil painting. Do we need to do anything else with this? I could probably add a little bit brighter note to the eyes. You're welcome. But yeah, if you don't enjoy it, right, it's a different thing. Come on, Pickles. Not do anything. Maybe a smidge more. Martu by Martu. Thank you for the follow. Spent 4.5 hours painting earlier. Just didn't want to put the brush away. Yeah, that's good. I think we're done, right? Does anybody speak now or forever hold your peace? Speak now. If you want to get your critiques in, or if you want to make fun of it, you only got a few more minutes. All right, doesn't look like him. Anything else? That's one criticism. Either, Pickles. Redo? Should I just wipe it? Oh my god, I tripped! Okay. Oh, sorry, I caught myself. I caught myself that time. That was close. Maybe I'll bump up that highlight just a smidge. Does that eye need a little something more? Little boop on the snoot. Yeah. But I will say, just beware of being overly concerned with your results. Okay? It's okay to be bad at something, or not get the results you want, right? Just, you know, that's a very tough thing for a lot of people to deal with early with oil painting. All right, we're done. We're done with this. A 6-hour session today, everybody. Look at that. A 6-hour session. It's a good stream. All right, let's clean up. It very much so is, Martu. Very much is. And I think it's very hard for people to... I think there's a lot of people who get discouraged early. And that's why I said don't, like a highly detailed photo is your worst enemy. Because a lot of people will pick these photographs that they like. And they'll think they'll, like, you know, they won't know how oil paints work that well yet, or how to mix colors. And then they'll struggle, and they won't get a result that they like, and they'll be ashamed. They'll be ashamed right out of the bat. And I know this because I've been painting for 4.5 years. I started fairly recently, everybody. You like it, Martu? Well, you got a good piece of glass. Borosilicate glass. Wipe it up. It's also like, you know, my routine. But I clean it every session because I use lead paint. And it's not good. Chrysalism. Thank you for the follow. I use lead white. And I don't want that hanging about. And it's not good to buy to paint with semi-dried paints. That's good, Martu. Good. Thank you, Amizu. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I highly recommend it. It's good practice to clean up your palette. Obviously, you can save the paints. I'm not saying, you know, if you want to save your paints, you can. For archival reasons, I don't paint with like day-old paint. So that's just one of my own principles, I guess. Oh, I've got so many clothes, Chrysalism. So many clothes have paint on it for me. But it's part of the charm. All right. Then we got one more thing to do. It's why you're all here. I know why you're all actually here. I know why you're all actually here. For the D wiping. For the wiping of the D. Okay? I know you're all here to see this. So I'm going to do this live and uncensored while you all watch. Alright, you're just going to sit here. Can I get the shadow puppets working today? There we go. Oh my god. Oh god, you guys are sick. Oh. I hate that you're watching this. You all disgust me. Oh my god. Can't believe oh my god, Pen Man. Oh. God, I can't believe I reduced my life to this.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. I will not. I'd rather die. Alright. D has been wiped. Where's my phone? Take a quick pic. If you want to see updates on when I'm streaming next, join the Discord. Shame! Alright. If you want updates, join the Discord. And I'll post the results, or I post the paintings in there. Blah, 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 blah. Green bag, I will see you in hell. A little bit early, but... Alright, it's in the Discord. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. No spit cam? Not yet. Not yet. Let's find somebody to raid. Thank you, Richards. Alright, so we have... K-Hart. Ari Bean Thing, Skyhook. Renzella is on. Mama Tox is on. Probably could raid Renzella. Probably could raid Renzella. Of course. Of course. I will critique whatever. If anybody wants critique, I will offer critique. You know, I take that as you want critique, and I'm not going to be like an asshole about anything either. So, all right, we're going to raid Jay Renzella. And till next time, probably on Wednesday. I mean, almost positively Wednesday. There is a small chance I do some 3D modeling tomorrow on stream too. So there is a chance I stream tomorrow. We'll see. But next painting stream will most likely be Wednesday. You all right? I got to figure out what I'm going to see Iron Lung. Thank you, everybody. New friends, new peeps. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, join the Discord. If you have questions in the meantime before streams, I'm happy to answer them there. Blah 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 blah. I guess that's about it. You all right? Have a good night, Omizu. Pickles, Maddie, Richards, Penman, Crystalism, I should say, Martu, Sean, Amanda, Yambari. I said Pickles already. Any mods I missed? Shasta, Dia. Have a good night. All right. See you soon.